money minute. Aluminum and steel are critical automotive components. So are rare earth metals.
These high-powered magnets, the raw materials for them.
Ford Motor Company CEO Jim Farley.
They go into your motors for your wipers and your seats.
Farley also tells Bloomberg it's been tough to get enough of them.
It's day to day.
China, according to the U.S. government, processes 85% of the world's rare earth metals, and in April restricted exports in response to U.S. tariffs. Only one U.S. company mines and refines the materials, Nevada-based MP Materials. It also turns them into magnets. James Latinsky is MP's co-founder and CEO.
We will be providing General Motors with magnets at scale at the end of the year.
His company would also be the primary beneficiary of a new Trump administration push to build out the U.S. supply chain. Bloomberg News reports the Trump team is reviving a Biden-era effort. Tracy Jonke, Bloomberg Radio.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 2005 Market Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Kids 14 and under are sure to be the coolest on the beach with the Philadelphia Water Ice Fanatic Beach Towel. Get yours on Sunday, July 6th at 1:35 when the Phillies play the Reds. Order tickets now at phillies.com. Tie your laces and get ready for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases. Kids 14 and under can join us post-game on Wednesday, July 2nd after the Phillies play the Padres at 1:05. Visit phillies.com to order tickets today.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, June 20th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Lomquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It is a Farish Friday. Sean Farish will join us at 7:45. And we have a lot to get to this morning, including that bad weather last night. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Nice to have power, lights, and Wi-Fi. Not so much at home.
Should have had a Generac generator expert.
Oh, believe me. And our neighbors have it.
By the name of MTRule.com, by the way.
I know. Our neighbors, and they're just gloating. Not really, but,
Gregory.
That storm was wild. Luckily, where we are, we don't lose power all that often, knock on wood, but coming into work in the wee hours of the morning, you can hear generators going.
Oh, yeah.
Trees down everywhere. What a mess, man.
Yep. Absolutely.
Allow yourself some extra time this morning. Just saying that because there's all kinds of detours. Trees are down.
Yes. Yep. Branches just scattered everywhere.
Yeah.
What a mess.
Yep.
We have a lot to get to today. A big take this morning on one big, beautiful border. We'll talk about that. The Dodgers and ice. Maybe the Phillies will put the Dodgers on ice this fall.
I like that. There you go.
But, in the meantime, we have conflicting reports about ICE agents and officers at Chavez Ravine in Los Angeles. We'll talk about that story. Also, AOC says we really need to rein in the media here. Okay. We'll talk about that.
By the way, speaking of the Dodgers, I don't usually report on Dodgers news, but there was a bench-clearing brawl last night with the Dodgers and the Padres.
Oh, is that right?
Because, one of the Dodgers pitchers hit Tatis.
Oh. Fernando.
Yeah, Fernando.
Yeah.
And
he hit Tatis?
He hit Tatis.
Yeah.
Oh, his Tatis.
I just wanted to say that. I don't really care about the Dodgers.
Don't hit somebody's Tatis.
Or the Padres. I just wanted to say, hit Tatis.
That's right. Also, yesterday, we spent a lot of time analyzing the short version and the full version of our Southwest Airlines spitter. Well, we have an update. She's popular, she's wealthy, she's still insane, and we will give you all the details before the first hour is up.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Wait till you hear the background on this lady.
Man, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Couldn't believe I saw this story. I'm like, oh, this is perfect. We'll talk about it. Gut Sheet, Fight Club, Joe Conklin tickets, and much, much more. Let's get down to business. Round number 1 of the news, 6:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning. Friday morning, June the 20th today. And we are sponsored by Wisfis Bank, WSFS Bank, this morning. So in the news, where there's so much happening, and in fact, as we look at what was happening yesterday, we're talking on the Pennsylvania side. They're saying in Jersey it was a gust-nado.
Uh-oh.
So South Jersey, across the entire region.
Yeah, I was going to ask if there was any sort of tornado touchdowns or anything, because I mean, like the damage last night was crazy.
Yeah, as soon as it arrived, my dog was going ballistic.
Yeah, I was outside trying to power wash my deck.
I was outside too.
And my wife goes, "You need to come in." I'm like, "No, I'm almost done." She goes, "No, it's going to storm." I'm like, "Holy crap, it'll be fine." And then all of a sudden, I was like, "Whoa!"
It made this noise.
Yeah.
They said there were reports of up to 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it was. Usually I'm like, because I was outside, of course, working in the yard, and then this one I ran. I actually ran.
Wow.
Because it was, you could.
You see Dawn scurrying
I
off.
know. You could hear because I'm always worried about these falling trees, the branches, and you could hear the branches. You could hear it coming, like, I don't know, some monster, you know what I mean, through the, but also the huge branches cracking.
You know what's funny is, we do a lot to promote YouTube and the Odyssey app, as we should, because it's the future. But like days like today, thank God we have 1210 WPHT because there's a lot of people without power who might not be able to fire up the YouTube or fire up the Odyssey app. So you can always get us on 1210 WPHT, which is nice.
Do we have power outage numbers from the companies?
Yes, I'll give that in news because these severe thunderstorms triggered that tornado warning, brought down trees across our region, and this was last night. I'm in the Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia. It was I have it on the Ring doorbell. It was like 5:33. It started, and it was very quick. But nearly 300,000 customers, including yours truly, still. Now, I think that the 300,000, because I've heard different numbers that they've restored power to maybe 50,000. But in Philadelphia's East Oak Lane section, for example, a teenage boy was injured by a falling tree. This was the 6400 block of North 11th Street. So I don't have word on his injuries. I know he's in stable condition, but that's always the concern.
It came on quick.
It did.
Yeah, like if you're at a pool or a park or something like that, like you have to run and get out of harm's way.
Skedaddle on out.
Yeah.
Especially in our part of the country, we have these huge trees, some of them 100-year-old trees. So when they come down, these are not small little wimpy-wampy trees.
Yeah. Enough with the trees. We need to have a day or a week or a month where everybody goes out and just takes down trees.
Can Trump drop the Moab on trees?
I'm all for it. Like every time we take one down, we'll plant another one.
Yeah.
But it'll take years for it to,
That's right.
do any damage.
So strong winds also caused that small unoccupied plane to overturn, flipped it over at the Northeast Philadelphia airport. That one happened. I know that in Abington, the hospital there did lose power. They have the backup supersized generators, like we talk about Generac, but they have all of the backup generators. So they were in surgery. They continued the surgeries. So they said that it was interrupted as far as patient care. But usually I believe those are, high priority on PICO's list. So a woman had to be rescued from a home this was Upper Darby, as she was pinned by a huge tree that fell on the back of her home. So she was not outside. She was inside her home, in the back of her home, and she was pinned there. So this huge tree came down right on her back deck. So they jumped into action, answered her screams for help. Thank God somebody heard her, and they were able to help her. She was rushed to the hospital. I was looking for injuries out of it. But like I say, 300,000 initially, that's the number, 300,000 PICO customers without power, and many thousands more across the entire region, including South Jersey. So they're out there. You can always go to you can text PICO, you can call them. If you have an account with them, you go online, make sure that your outage is reported. And I don't even have a timeline. Some people get a timeline. They'll say, by 11 o'clock tonight.
Oh, boy.
I don't even have the timeline.
That's not good.
Yeah.
When they're not giving a timeline, they're like, yeah, we'll get to you. And it's going to be, Saturday?
Yeah.
It's going to start to be 90. So.
Yep.
Exactly. Just in time for no AC, no nothing.
Yep.
And, my son has insulin that's in the fridge. So obviously I have backup plans for something like that.
Good.
But for a lot of people, that's what you think of the medication, how they're going to deal with
and
it.
for all my people out there in Montgomery County, I'm telling you, in all seriousness, MT Rule, mtrule.com. Their phone number is 610-539-2920. Get yourself a Generac generator because, like Dawn right there. I mean, if you don't have that backup plan, you need something like insulin refrigerated, you're going to be covered.
Yeah, this is well said. Well said, Nick. So in Bucks County, I'll take you there, police investigating this shooting and stabbing that happened just outside the Oxford Valley Mall. This happened last evening. So Middletown Township Police saying a man was shot and stabbed at a SEPTA bus stop just outside the JCPenney. And this happened right before the storms hit. It was about 5 p.m. last night. So the storms, as we know, those high winds started whipping up around 5:33-ish. So he was shot, stabbed. They then, rushed him to the hospital, but they're investigating this, searching for that suspect as the victim was rushed to the hospital. Critical condition, but stable condition. The suspect took off. They believe this was some kind of a targeted shooting, whether it was an argument that started over, right there around the SEPTA area. But in this one, there were businesses, a little panic there, businesses put on lockdown mode and that sort of thing outside the mall, neighboring businesses, including there was Sesame Place. They were all sort of on a lockdown kind of a mode. And so there were some frightening moments for them. Everything's fine now, obviously, as they search for that suspect. We've talked a lot about Israel. I know we'll get into it as the headline with President Trump. Is this part of your big take? Should I not say?
No, go ahead.
So, because the big take, sometimes you'll give that overview. So as far as what's going on with Trump, he has now floated out there that he may take up to 2 weeks. He may take up to 2 weeks to decide.
Yeah, can't say he's not,
or won't he?
Can't say he's not patient. He's whatever they believe, whatever they think they know, whatever they have facts of. He's given this regime every possible out, right?
There's a montage going around of him over the last 10 years.
I love montages.
Everything that's going to take 2 weeks. We'll let you know in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. That's the favorite timeline for this administration.
2 weeks. Well,
which means nothing. It means nothing's going to happen.
Well, he did say he gave Iran 60 days, and then on day 61, kaboom.
Okay.
So no kaboom.
Not
thankfully. Yet. When you notice all the wreckage that's in, whether it's Israel or whether it's in Iran, around Tehran and so on, do you notice there are no trees?
No, it's because it's
I
the
only
desert.
noticed it this morning.
Yeah, it's the desert.
Well, no, some of it used to be lush. No, the Middle East, people used to spend I have relatives who, say back in the day, Lebanon was the #1 destination for honeymoons.
Really?
This was once a lush, beautiful place.
Wow.
So it's just sad that it looks like concrete rubble.
Yeah, centuries of war will do that to you.
But I looked up this morning and I saw cleanup crews, and then I went, is that Roxborough? And then I went, no, that's the Middle East. There are no trees. So it was wrong channel that was on that monitor. But that's, President Trump probably remembers a time when it was like the Mediterranean of the Middle East. Remember when he talked about Gaza? It was once a beautiful, lush, just gorgeous area. They've all ruined it.
Yeah.
But it's a sin.
By putting up casinos.
Casinos.
Asking for a friend.
All right. And on a happier note, I will say we've talked a lot about Adon Alexander. He was a teenager when he was a teenager and recent high school graduate when he was kidnapped October 7th, 2023, held hostage by Hamas terrorists, and then finally he was released. Well, last night they had a beautiful welcome home for Adon, no longer a teenager, 21 years young. He was held captive for 584 days and flew back on American repatriation flights carrying diplomats and their family members from Israel. And so came home to quite a homecoming in New Jersey.
We have that. T-Fly, New Jersey. Roll this.
Edon. Oh, man.
Look at that.
There
Wow.
he goes, Martha. He is back in his hometown of Tenafly, New Jersey.
Rock star.
All those.
In that car, driving by, as you see, the streets are lined with his friends and family.
All those
Just a
Israeli
celebration
flags.
of love. Families have come out here together. There are so many signs saying, "Welcome home, Edon." Israeli flags, American flags. The alliance not only playing out in the Middle East, but obviously you see here.
He's got better Secret Service protection than Trump.
Oh
my God.
So we have, that was great news for us.
Now, where's Tenafly? Where is that?
That's North Jersey.
North Jersey.
It's way north Jersey.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so he's home, and thank God for that.
Yeah.
It's believed maybe 23 of those kidnapped hostages, maybe 23 are still alive somewhere in a cave below Gaza, kidnapped so long ago, but he is home free in America. Federal course, this is an update real quick here. A federal appeals court ruling that President Donald Trump acted within his authority, likely acted within his authority, that's the quote, in federalizing the California National Guard amid all those protests that we've talked a lot about over immigration raids that happened earlier this month. So what does that mean? It means an indefinite block of a lower court order that would have returned the control of the Guard to the governor. Yeah. So this is victory for Trump, defeat for Gavin Newsom.
Oh, take that, Gavin. Take that,
Screw you,
Mr. Slick-backed hair.
Newsom.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Detestable.
Of course. He can deploy the National Guard. Yes. The end.
Mm-hmm.
It should have never come to that.
Well, according to the headline, Newsom vows to keep fighting.
And also, if the local law enforcement, if they were allowed to do their jobs, then they wouldn't have had to call in ICE.
Yep.
The National Guard. Excuse me. I have ice on the brain because I know that's your big take.
Yes, ice, baby, which we're going to need a lot of ice with the heat coming in. Phil's hot 2-1. We beat the Marlins in the final there.
Big series coming up. Big series coming up this weekend.
Yeah.
The Mets for the battle for first place.
Oh,
it's a big series. This is probably the biggest series they've had so far.
Is that here or what?
Here.
It's here.
Home. Yeah, coming home.
Nice 3-game series against the Mets and the New York Metropolitans, as Steve Summers used to say on WFAN. They are, it's the battle for first place.
Let's go.
And the Mets are on a downward slide. I think they've lost 5 of the last 6 or something like that.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about the all-important forecast, especially for these home games and for all of us cleaning up across the region. Thank you, Wisfis Bank, for sponsoring our first edition of Kayal & Company News Live this Friday morning. Where there's a Wisfis, there's a way. At Wisfis WSFS Bank and Bryn Mawr Trust, your goals matter. Discover local expertise with national capabilities, all with the personal service you deserve. WSFS, we stand for service. Wisfis Bank, thank you for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live on what is about to be a very hot weekend.
That is right, Dawn. 68 degrees currently in Philly, going up to 86 today. Beautiful skies. And a great weekend. Low 90s, no rain, and then the heat wave is on. 99 on Monday, and then we will eclipse 100 degrees on Tuesday.
Can we just, do we have to go from, one extreme to the next? It was cold and rainy for a week.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And now we can't get 85 and
yes, that's all I'm asking for.
And that's right when the power's out.
That's right. Philly weather brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Friday, big take on the border. Next on Kayal & Company.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Make the most of your summer spending with the Cash Reward MasterCard from American Heritage Credit Union. Be rewarded for all your summer adventures by earning 3% on essentials like gas and groceries, 2% on travel and dining, and 1% on everything else. Plus, receive a $150 bonus reward when you spend $1,500 in the first 90 days. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.624, Kayal and Company. It's a Friday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. A lot to get to this morning, both on the media front as well as a couple of off-the-radar stories that we were hoping to get to yesterday. Unable to get to it, but some interesting, fun stuff lined up in hour number 2. And, of course, our buddy Sean Farish, live from Tennessee. He's coming up at 7:45. Right now, we get to one last big take of the week.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by First Bank. The Big Take, one big, beautiful border. Lost in the hysteria of the past week when it pertains to the Trump administration and America's involvement in the Middle East war between Israel and Iran is just how safe and secure the United States has become. Donald Trump campaigned on the economy and the border, and he has delivered on both, with the border being his crowning achievement in his first 5 months. Look at this stat. Phil, please post this graphic on YouTube. Illegal aliens released into the United States year over year. In May of 2024, there were 62,000 plus who gained entry into America. In May of 2025, just a month ago, 0. That's right, a shutout, a goose egg, a number that even Buddy Ryan's 91 Eagles defense would be jealous of. The border is closed. Entry denied. We'll see what happens with tariffs. We'll see what Trump decides to do in the next 2 weeks when it pertains to airstrikes on Iran. But right now, Trump has secured the homeland. Tom Homan says they're not going to slow down either. Trump's borders are, saying that raids will continue on farms and hotels. Axios reports, quote, "We're going to continue to do worksite enforcement operations, even on farms and hotels, but based on a prioritized basis. Criminals come first," Homan told reporters. They'll also keep occurring at places like Home Depot. This was yesterday at the hardware giant at a store in California. Listen and watch this footage.
Say, is that okay? Let's be honest. Is that okay? Is that okay? Let's be honest. Let's just remember.
ICE agents with their faces protected, shielding their identities for safety, and apprehending a handful of illegals. I'm sure Gavin Newsom is fuming right now, and I absolutely love it. According to the New York Post, agents caught 8,725 migrants crossing illegally at the southern border last month. That's a 93% decrease from May of 2024, when 117,905 were nabbed, according to internal data obtained by the New York Post. Meanwhile, Democrats continue their coordinated ICE detention center cameos. You know, it's amazing, the left, they love to pop up and check in on illegals that are being detained. It's kind of like a daughter would swing by a nursing home to check in on their elderly mother, except the only difference is they're denied entry, and you'll love to see it. Here's strapper Jerry Nadler giving a press conference after he was refused admission in a New York City detention center. Listen and watch this.
And under the statute, we have absolute right, under section, 547, 527, to inspect detention centers, a right that was denied to us. And we can only wonder what they are hiding in these detention centers, or in this detention center, that they would deny us our absolute legal right to inspect it.
You have to love Democrats and their commitment to the grift. If they fought this hard on education for kids in big blue cities or cleaning up the homeless crisis, imagine the good that they would be able to celebrate. But instead, they're more concerned with potential future voters. Then, of course, Jerry brought up masks. You know, the party of face coverings. He's not happy that ICE agents are concealing their identities to protect their family and loved ones. Listen and watch more of Jerry Nadler.
ICE agents and FBI agents were wearing masks. No identifying feature, just the word ICE with the word FBI on their accoutrements. What are they hiding? If normally you assume a police officer, an FBI person, has an identification. If he misbehaves, you can complain about him. You can file a report. But these people are wearing masks and are totally unidentified. And the question is why?
Here's the answer, Jerry. It's because Democrats have lost their minds and have resorted to violence against law enforcement. Democrats have fought Trump on this issue tooth and nail, and they've lost. Mike Pence, Elon Musk. You fight with Trump, you lose. Harry Enton of CNN with just how powerful Donald Trump is. Listen and watch this.
This is what we should point out. This is Donald Trump's GOP, not Tucker Carlson's. Now, you mentioned what happens when you go against Donald Trump. I mean, this sort of says it all, right? We've had these fights in the past. We had it between Mike Pence and, of course, Donald Trump over the 2020 election. We had it most recently, Elon Musk against Donald Trump. GOP favorables, pre- and post-Trump fight. Look at this. Pre-fight, Mike Pence, very well beloved by Republicans, an 84% favorable rating. Look at where he is now, 36%. When you go against Donald Trump and you're Republican, you go down. How about Elon Musk? Remember, he was beloved by Republicans. He had a 78% favorable rating with Republicans. But then he fought Donald Trump, and what happened? He went down. The bottom line is this. Donald Trump's favorable rating stayed steady or actually even went up when he won these battles against Mike Pence or Elon Musk. But if you go up against Donald Trump and you're Republican or Republican affiliated, your favorable ratings with Republicans, they go down, traditionally speaking.
Elon Musk down 16 points since his little Twitter tirade. But what about Tucker Carlson? And also, what about Tulsi Gabbard? Both in the news a ton this week with the Middle East. They, too, take the L. Listen and watch.
Trump's Republican Party. The favorable rating among Republicans, you could see it here. Donald Trump beloved, 88% favorable rating among Republicans, near his apex. Now, Tucker Carlson is well liked among Republicans, but not anywhere in the same universe as Donald Trump at 64%, Tulsi Gabbard, 55%. The bottom line is this. As I said at the beginning, this is Donald Trump's Republican Party, not Tucker Carlson's, not Tulsi Gabbard's. Republicans, traditionally speaking, go along with Donald Trump. And as we saw in that last slide, when you go against Donald Trump, you go down while Donald Trump stays quite high.
The reality is, it's Trump's party, it's his country, and you can cry if you want to. And I expect more crying on illegal aliens to happen in the next couple of days. And you know the media, they'll be crying internally if Trump's able to pull off a deal with Iran in these next 2 weeks. We may even hear a phrase like, it came off better than expected. But if you're objective about it, it was as expected. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by the good people at First Bank. If you're ready to drive your business success with a local trusted partner, well, you can count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. 855-839-1210, the number if you want to jump in on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, your comments in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/at1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. I don't know, Stensland, year over year, month over month, kind of amazing, even by the mere notion that we know Trump's a border boss, that you could go from 62,000 plus a year ago, and then in May of 2025, the number is legitimately zero. I think even by my standards, I'm amazed. And I figured he would be an A+ on the border. I wasn't expecting zero.
I think that's part of it, that it's a PR move. If Trump has taught us anything, it is that he knows media. He has redefined the media, really, if you think about it, in our history, when people look back at this. So think about it. He was the one who, we talked about this, he answered the call as far as calling out the bias in the media and just exposing that. And then using the media, as he does quite artfully, usually, not always, but I will say this time around, using the media, having people like, remember the Kristi Noem video, getting the word out as to say, we're going to change the Border Patrol app for the border departure. You can leave, and if you leave now, then you will have a chance to come back in. But if you stay here illegally, so it was. I mean, that's part of the reason when people say, well, how can they do this? And every once in a while you get this, the 20-year-old kid, Dylan. If I hear about Dylan, not Greg's beautiful Dylan, but the 20-year-old Dylan who came here illegally within less than a year ago from Venezuela, and everybody wants to talk about wonderful Dylan and he should be able to stay here, blah, blah, blah. But the point is, it's a PR message as well to say, no, sorry, if you're here illegally, you're going to be deported. So go yourself, leave yourself. It saves us a lot of money and time.
Yeah.
Go back wherever, and then we'll give you the chance to stand in line.
It's also great advertising when you have Tom Homan on television all the time, particularly with Fox News, because we'll get into the media in a little bit with CNN. Their numbers, they're on pace, by the way, CNN to have the worst calendar year that they've ever had in the history of their network. But when you look at the news, and I know when you compare it to, 350 million people in the world, somebody that's watching, Jesse Waters, he has 2 million people. It's a small number. But when Tom Homan is out there, it's free advertising. I mean, they are giving you the message that the border is closed. Sorry, no can do. And I think it resonates. I think it connects. I think people.
Oh, it absolutely does.
Yeah.
I mean, so that's what so when Trump says yesterday, we're going to take 2 weeks. So he absolutely uses the media. So sometimes when people say, well, he's being a hypocrite or so-and-so is contradicting so-and-so, none of that matters. Look at the big picture, because sometimes the goal is to just use the media as a PR measure to find the easiest pathway to get something done. That's why, in part, when we see these zero border numbers, I feel that part of this was an incredible PR move by somebody who has learned how to manipulate the media. Because you might say, well, why did he sit there? Why did he stand there at that flagpole thing and just riff with the media that whole time? That's why. He wants to get in their heads. He wants to use them for whatever measures there are, because truthfully, like you're saying, Nick, it absolutely, it's free and easy. And I think sometimes, I was trying to think about this. We mentioned David Sanger's a good example. New York Times. He has reported mostly on national security issues. A specialty of his is looking at Iran's nuclear capabilities. But he's somebody who has some perspective in life. He has reported on how many different presidents over more than 2 decades. But you look at some of the press pool, what Trump has over them is that they don't have that perspective, a lot of them. Now, Harry Enton, he graduated magna cum laude, highly educated, obviously very bright, top of the class kind of a guy. But a lot of the people they've hired, not so much.
Yeah. No, you're right. Stalker mentioned the Dodgers. I want to get to this with in regards to ICE and illegal aliens and kind of the theme of the big take with the border. So yesterday there was this whole back and forth. The Dodgers are getting ready to play the Padres. And Phil, let's throw up the graphic. So this was the official statement from the Dodgers. This morning, ICE agents came to Dodger Stadium and requested permission to access the parking lots. They were denied entry to the grounds by the organization. Tonight's game will be played as scheduled, to which ICE and their official X feed responded by saying, false, we were never there. Now, I want to play you this video. This is just outside of Dodger Stadium yesterday in Los Angeles. And you will see there are protesters with anti-ICE riots. Not riots, I should say, but protests. And then you'll see here the video of the officers, it looks like, leaving the area. And this became a big story yesterday because...
Is that a white Bronco?
31 years later.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's ICE officials are escorted and blocked off from Dodger Stadium grounds after attempting to set up a staging area and... amid growing protests. The incident happened earlier in the morning yesterday on Thursday. Stadium officials tried to confirm that ICE had requested access, and of course ICE says they were there for something completely differently. They were in, they were out, and they were on their way. And I think we're going to see more of this. I think we're going to see more of these Home Depot stings, if you will, these raids. You heard the quote I gave from Homan in the big take on farms and hotels.
We have him saying it. We have him saying it. Roll 13, Phil.
So this was him on television again yesterday, I believe C-SPAN, yeah.
What do you say to farmers who are growing increasingly concerned that immigration enforcement is going to hurt their ability to do their
He's growing a
job?
beard, too.
How can you give us a comment about that?
Well, first of all, there's a right way and wrong way to hire workers. Our legal programs are bringing farm workers in. Second of all, I've been saying for years, Congress needs to address this. But because Congress failed to address it doesn't mean we ignore it. I mean, it's illegal to hire, hire an illegal alien. But like I just talked about a few minutes ago, worksite enforcement operations, just like at-large operators, we're going to base them on priorities, right? For those we have a criminal nexus of trafficking, of forced labor, of tax fraud or tax evasion. I mean, we will concentrate on work sites on a prioritized basis, just like we do at large operations. So anything let's just go farm look for illegal aliens. We'll prioritize those who have a criminal nexus first.
Just one quick follow-up. On Thursday, ICE told agents to hold off on investigations of farms and hotels, absent some other sort of criminality. Was this ICE acting on their own, and what is the
ICE was not. ICE is enforcing laws enacted by Congress. Worksite enforcement operations is an important part of the work we do. Again, where do we find most victims of trafficking? Worksite. Joe Biden stopped worksite. They said they cared about sex trafficking and forced labor trafficking. Then they stopped worksite enforcement. That was a dumb move.
So what was that email from Tatum King?
It's a matter of messaging, proper messaging. The message is clear now that we're going to continue doing worksite enforcement operations, even on farms and hotels, but based on a prioritized basis. Criminals come first.
Good for Tom Homan. That's exactly what we voted for. And yes, the messaging matters. We're going to keep telling you. We're going to keep coming. And how about Nadler, by the way? Well, these guys have their faces covered with masks, and all I see on their shirt is FBI or ICE. Well, what else do you need to see, Jerry? Yeah. This is what happens when these people are doxxed and swatted, and their friends, family, and loved ones have to deal with this nonsense, all because they are carrying out the orders of the American public. We voted for this. We wanted this. Trump ran on this. He's instituted it. It's in play, and he's carrying out exactly what he promised he would do. And the one thing, I had a discussion yesterday with our buddy Harry Mays, and we were talking about the raids on the workforces. And I said, yeah, it's time to start prosecuting these people that hire these individuals. And he disagreed. He said it would be a waste of time. And I'm interested to hear what people think about this, because I would like to see these people prosecuted. But does the United States federal government really want to waste their resources on prosecuting a business that might have 7 to 10 employees? Granted, they're illegals. But is Pam Bondi and federal prosecutors really going to tie up their time and allocate their resources to prosecute the businesses? I don't know that they will. And I haven't seen anything published that says they are prosecuting these individuals, even though I would like to see it be done, because I think it's the ultimate deterrent.
Yeah, and I think that if you're a business, think about the businesses who sponsor us. They're what are they doing? They're hiring full-time employees. They're giving them benefits. They're fully vetting them. They're doing background checks, and they're paying them proper livable wages so that these are men who have families and lives, and they live here locally, and they have a skill set with building stuff, right? Yep. And that's who's threatened by this. So if somebody can come along and hire people who you don't know who they are, you don't know if they're vetted or what have you, then it's really an unfair advantage that by the way is illegal. Mm-hmm. And so it's threatening people's businesses. And so, yeah, I think that's a piece of this as to why this immigration policy, for so many reasons, is popular. Because if you are one of those individuals, or if you are in a union, I think you should care about this issue. This is undermining your union.
Yep.
This is when we talk about what about livable wages? Yeah. This is undermining so-called livable wages.
Think about all these. We just had this this bad storm last night. And think about all these tree removal companies, and they're probably all scrambling this morning trying to find hey, we'll take this tree down for you, or we'll remove this tree for you for this. These guys can, if they have, American workers or union workers, they're paying a certain wage, and then somebody comes in with a bunch of illegals,
Yeah.
and they're like, oh, we'll do it for half that price because they can afford to do it for half that price.
Right.
Of course you're going to go with the lower thing. So you're basically screwing that guy who's abiding by the rules.
Right.
So absolutely you need to prosecute. And what kind of message would that send?
Oh, I know.
If we are prosecuting and removing illegal immigrants, aliens from this country, but we let the business owners that hire them skate, that's
true.
a terrible message. No.
Are we also complicit in this as consumers?
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Because
you
we go
know.
for the...
If you know.
or
or if you
Well,
assume.
To your point, I have a lot of friends in Chester County, for example. They were getting estimates. One of the businesses, they got estimates to redo the basement. They thought was legit. Started, being curious about the level of employees who seemed like they just didn't even understand English, and went with a more expensive company because this was a company coming in underbidding. And so they did the right thing. You know why? Because they have kids. They felt that we don't know if these people are vetted. Are they insured? Are they here we're hearing about that they're being taken advantage of?
The insurance part's a big element.
Yeah.
But most people don't think like that. One company comes in and says, we'll do this for X. The other company comes in and says, we'll do it for half of X.
Right.
You're going to go with half of X because you're like, well, this is a great deal. You don't know who they're hiring.
No.
They don't tell you, oh, we have 5 illegals in the back that are going to do this.
Right.
You don't know that.
Yep.
Exactly.
But are we complicit in hiring, outsourcing jobs and not exactly knowing the status of the people who are working
I need
on your
my
property?
landscapers American made, damn it.
I mean, look, you have firsthand experience of this now.
I know. I mean, if you're one of these big retail property developers and you have all this grass around your building and you hire a landscaping company and you're sitting there, all right, well, Bob's landscaping will do it for $100, but Joe's landscaping will do it for $200. And you find out that Bob, for $100, 7 of his 10 employees are illegals, you're probably still going to take the cheaper rate, right?
Of course.
So that's why I say we are complicit.
Yeah, we 100% are.
Because a lot of times, unless you're really doing your homework, which obviously my friends in Chester County did.
Sure.
But unless you're really doing your homework, the person you're dealing with, who's giving you estimates and whatnot, is somebody who is, an American-born citizen. So unless you ask those questions, how do you know? And we've been conditioned in the society. Even the police are not allowed to ask
your status.
If somebody, your status. So we need to change the culture to say to a company, number one, do you vet all of your employees? Do you do background checks? Do you make sure? Do you confirm
Nobody asks
that they are citizens? Most people, because it's considered like rude to do, but we need to change the culture.
Mike K on the YouTube chat says, just let the IRS find the businesses.
Well, Biden brought in all those IRS agents.
I disagree. I think there needs to be a penalty.
How about we do this later in the show? Let's once businesses are up and running at 8:00 or whatever. Let's get the phone book out. Let's pull out the phone book. Let's call a landscaping company, and as soon as the owner's wife, who does all the books, answers the phone, let's ask if they employ illegal aliens.
All right,
let's do it live on the air. I think it'd be a great exercise.
Well, you got to be
you
careful.
You can't do
that.
It's
somewhat tongue in cheek.
But I ask, like Marvin E. Cans or Chapman Windows Doors. I mean, all the companies that I've used for years, I ask these questions of them, and they love that because their answer is absolutely everybody's vetted, everybody's background check. That matters, and so we all have to get into that habit of saying it's not rude. It's really something that is to the benefit of all of us.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Coming up next, we'll wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. We have an update on the Southwest Spitter. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific.
Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Rich Cioli this afternoon, 3 till 7. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. Yeah, baby. Kayal and Company, 6:51. It is a Friday morning. The heat is on. The final push is on. No bike ride yesterday.
No.
Took a day off with the legs.
Yeah.
Going to get back at it tomorrow, I think, because we are now closing in on 4 weeks.
Oh, God.
Until the 38th annual Bend to the Shore bike ride in Atlantic City.
Not sure, man. I don't know when I'm going to, it's going to be 101 degrees. Am I going to go out and, I guess I should.
What is more likely to happen in the next 4 weeks?
Yeah.
Stalker officially withdraws.
No, stop.
Or we hit our $15,000 goal.
We need to. I'm begging people out there right now. I said this late in the show yesterday. Let me say it for you early risers out there, because theoretically you're titans of industry here at 6:52 in the morning. I will give up all of August for the playlist, the music. You can have the music playlist for Kayal and Company for all the entire month of August if you make a $1,000 donation right now to Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Yes.
Just go to GregStockerSucks.com, and make a $1,000 donation. The playlist is yours for the month of August.
That is correct. We are sitting on 4,600, so we're close to $5,000. That'll get us to about 33% of our 15K goal.
I don't like it.
And we're not chastising and ripping you. We have not pushed and demanded enough to get to this goal. I think we've gotten basically what we've asked for, but now we're going to start being a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
We will, you know what? I will cancel all of the content, and we'll just beg on the air nonstop for 4 hours a day. GregStockerSucks.com if you'd like to donate. All right, we have a lot coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. News with Dawn. I'm going to give you the Southwest hair-tugging spitter update from yesterday, which everybody was in love with. And by the way, too, not only is Sean Farish coming up at 7:45 for the cut sheet, where do you see what we have in the hopper for Fight Club today?
Oh.
Arguably the best at his craft this century, involved in a fight. Never thought I would see the day. Stay tuned. That's coming up at 9:10, and Hour 2 is next here on Kayal & Company.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. Other summer savings include a 2025 Chevy Equinox LT leased for $289 a month for 36 months, or finance an EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The incredible 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Not feeling mean at all. It's a Friday. How can you be fired up and be mad on a Friday? Well, we'll get a little fired up when Ferris joins us for the cut sheet. 7:45.
Everybody's thinking about all the yard work they have to do cleaning up after that mess of a storm last night.
Terrible. Just terrible. But don't worry, folks. Sunshine, hot weather. It's all here. The longest day of the year, by the way.
Yes.
Tonight?
Correct.
Interesting.
I'm in a music mood today.
Me too.
I might not even just, I'm done giving takes and opinions. Just going to play music. Just like our boy Bill. Back doing mornings today. Poor guy goes to afternoons and they ask him to fill in for morning drive. You never really leave, do you? It's unbelievable. All right, let's get to the news. We do have some good stories to get to as well. I want to get to this AOC, Dave Portnoy media back and forth about the distrust in the media because AOC's back on her crusade. It was the oligarchs for a while. Now it's misinformation and disinformation. So we'll talk about that and also give you the Southwest update as well. But first, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live this Friday morning, June the 20th. Yes. Happy summer solstice, which begins this evening. So we are sponsored by Kitchen Magic on this Friday morning. Let's get to it as we talk about what's going on in Philadelphia. Other news of the day. The South Jersey teacher we've talked about accused of having a baby with a grade school student has officially been indicted. This is a grand jury returning that indictment against Laura Carone on charges of aggravated sex assault, endangering the welfare of a child. She's identified as a 34-year-old who was a 5th grade teacher at Middle Township Elementary School for more than a decade. And she's accused of sexually assaulting the victim inside her home. This began, they say, the prosecutors say, in 2016. And it started, they say, when the child was 11 years old.
Oh, my God.
11. So investigators allege that Ms. Carone and the victim had a daughter together, a baby together, and that baby was born in 2019 when the victim was just turning 13.
So the teacher's 34.
34.
Teaches 5th grade, is having a sexual relationship with an 11-year-old, and then they have a baby when the victim, which is a victim, obviously
Is a victim.
at
Yeah.
13.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's what.
And the way that, so the child, the victim's parents were starting to suspect something here was strange. Then they noticed that their son's teacher had a 5-year-old daughter who looked exactly like their child. And that was just this past Christmas. So they were looking on Facebook. The teacher posted, imagine this, you're a parent. So the parents see these pictures and go, oh my gosh, this little girl looks exactly like our child.
How can you be a parent and almost be oblivious to this for, what, close to 2 years?
I guess we'll get more information as the next court proceeding is mid-July, but the way that we get the information, because it's protected, because it involves a minor.
Of course.
And so, but the way you get the details as the trial goes on, that sort of thing from the court proceedings. But were they sneaking away from school during a lunchtime, or how did this child, an 11-year-old, end up in her home? And what's the proximity, to her home from the school?
Sure.
I don't have that, those details. I think those are great questions.
How does another teacher not catch on to this? I mean, we live in a day and age where we've got cameras everywhere. No guidance counselor was aware. There was no rumblings.
Firing squad.
Yes. I mean, 5th grade. I mean, my girls just wrapped up 5th grade. They can't hide anything from me for 20 minutes, much less 2 years.
I made light of this a couple weeks ago when we were talking about the 17-year-old, because I believe a 17-year-old is having sex anyway. 11-year-old is pedophilia, and this woman should be locked away forever.
Yeah.
It's just it's now.
Wow.
Well, then
think about how mentally deranged this woman is.
Yes.
Like, oh God, like what do you think it is? Is it?
Well, it's definitely mental, because there's no way it could just be a physical attraction. That's a sickness.
No.
It's about power and it's abuse. I mean, it's really sick.
Ugh.
It's nasty. So in this case, this will, like I say, we'll continue to follow it. But to your point, this is why, be aware what your kids, when your daughters come home, right? When your kids come home, when your son comes home from school, when he goes to school, Greg, it's like, listen to what they say. And sometimes it's not necessarily about them, it's their classmates. If they say something, Susie or Johnny, and they go to the teacher's house at lunchtime and nobody knows, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Something like that. Those are red flags that other parents maybe can help out with.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Here's a Lunchable and
Oh, don't even go there.
Here's a Capri Sun.
Ew.
Wow.
Nasty.
It is
really
so gross.
It's so gross.
Yeah.
So we had these powerful storms. The cleanup is happening as we're on the air here, but powerful storms, strong winds, heavy rain causing widespread power outages across our region, damage, tornado warnings through the entire region, and that's not just obviously Philadelphia, all the way up into the Lehigh Valley, South Jersey, and beyond. So these tornado warnings, sirens were going off. And in the Philadelphia region, PECO reporting, for example, at the height of this, 300,000 customers in the dark without power. Obviously, they've been working through the night, as we're now more than 12 hours past, because the high wind, it started to whip up about 5:30-ish p.m. last night. And so in this one, as far as injuries go, we had the tornado warnings issued for Chester and Delaware counties in Pennsylvania, Newcastle County in Delaware, and that was later in the afternoon. Severe storms moving toward the region, and then they were canceled at some point. So obviously the National Weather Service investigating, what are they going to label this as? We had reports of winds as high as 70 miles an hour, we had mostly across the region 50, 55 miles an hour. But toppled trees across the region, widespread damage, power outages, trees falling on people, on vehicles, on homes. And most of those outages are in Montgomery County, where we're told PECO has 48,000 customers still, as I'm speaking, do not have electricity.
Wow.
So Monco, number one. Delaware County, 43,000 customers still need power restored. Bucks County, 42,000 customers impacted. I know some of you on the on the YouTube chat, I know Robert was on there saying in Newtown and so on that there were talking about who was without power, some of those restored.
Yeah.
But Delco, 43K, Bucks County, 42K, Philadelphia, only 5,000 customers without power. Unfortunately, I'm one of those, but I'm in the northwest corner of Philadelphia, adjacent. I can see Montgomery County from my house.
Yeah. Some would say you live in Montgomery County.
No, it's definitely not Montgomery County. So that's why, believe me, another two blocks and my kids could have gone to public school.
Oh.
By the way, I'm looking at 6ABC has a picture of this Laura Karen, the teacher.
Yes.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah.
And she's attractive. Like, what is happening?
Yeah, what is the deal with hot women and always doing this to young boys in school?
Because it's a sickness. It's a mental.
Well, we don't hear a ton about adult male teachers with underage women.
It's true.
Or girls, I should say.
Well, maybe. All right, let me ask you guys this. Is it just because of the salacious details of stories like this that they make front page headline news? You know what I mean?
Yes, you have to be hot or else the media doesn't run.
No, when they had the piano teacher in Bucks County, when they had the other one, there were a couple of them in the burbs within the past few years. I report on all of them.
Yeah. I'm just saying that it is just... I don't know. You hear
I'm seeing
of
the
these.
mugshot. What pictures are you looking at? I'm not getting the good ones.
Oh, I mean, like, okay, she's not great looking, but she's attractive enough to like, you know what I mean?
Not have to resort to this.
Ew, because that has nothing to do with it.
I know
that's just it. I mean, it has nothing. It has to do with abuse and power, and grooming children. Even in the case of the 17-year-old that we started talking about, then when we started to learn the details, that was in another state that we talked about a couple weeks ago. But even in that case, part of the reason they went after that individual, that woman, was because they realized this was somebody in a directorship type power over special needs kind of learning kids, and that allegedly was grooming even younger kids. And I think that's why they went for a tougher sentence on that individual, to put that individual. So I think they look for a pattern of abuse, not, to your point, a 22-year-old teacher having some kind of relationship with a 17-and-a-half-year-old. Yes, we can acknowledge the differences. It's still an abuse, obviously, but Greg always makes the distinction. When this kid is like 10 and 11, ugh, it's just nasty.
Right.
Eesh. Atlantic City, and I don't want to snub as what's happening in, I mentioned Delaware, as far as the state of Delaware, as well as New Jersey, hundreds without power, and across South Jersey. So, but it looks like the bulk of those outages, what I'm seeing, are on the Pennsylvania side, especially Montgomery County.
A lot of kids last night without Wi-Fi.
Oh my Lord.
That's what I always look for nowadays. When we lose power, can my girls survive?
Oh, for God's sake.
Because God forbid you can't get on social media or TikTok or, it's the end of the world.
Oh, yeah.
They go through withdrawal symptoms.
We get out the candles. I do have like a mini little, power base, so just charged everything up. It's a reminder to have everything charged.
Yeah.
At all times.
Wait, you busted out the candles last night? It was still daylight out.
Well, but we lost power right around 5:30, right at the beginning of it, when it whipped through. So by 6 o'clock, we had no power.
Okay.
We were without power. And then, to your point, then we ordered takeout. And then I went out and cleared some branches. There were branches everywhere. So we were clearing branches, and everybody was out doing that. But
was Larry Bear helping? Was he helping pick up the branches?
He went to bed.
He went to bed?
He's just like, I'm going to bed early. So that was my calamity.
He needed his beauty sleep.
He needed his
Hey,
beauty sleep.
us men doing morning radio.
right.
If we don't nap, we go to bed early.
Yeah. And then his phone, I realized, was dead. So then I'm charging it. You know, I do have my little solar powered which it's not Generac, but it all comes in handy.
Yeah.
Let's just say.
Sure.
So before the storms, I'll point out to you, the temperatures were soaring to a high of 91 degrees, excessive humidity. It was, Greg Stocker and I were both out in our yard, even at that hour, like
Yes.
the 5 o'clock hour. It was so muggy
It was
and
awful.
miserable.
It was absolutely awful,
Ugh.
but I needed to get things done. So I was like rushing to get things done because I knew a storm was coming. I just didn't know it was coming so imminently.
It was nasty. So we'll talk about the forecast now. So it's at least we have some reprieve, 67 degrees, and no major or significant, rain events or wind events. So the cleanup, that'll help the cleanup, I guess. Weather-wise, I still don't have. Pico is saying thank you for your patience. All these the crews out there, thank you for your patience. I don't have a timeline on my power.
Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but so we got to deal with that.
Well, I said earlier, we didn't lose power. Nick didn't lose power either, so it's just you, Stenslin. But we were saying earlier that thank God for 1210 WPHT because I'm sure people lost power can't fire up the YouTube, they can't fire up the Odyssey app. I'm noticing a little lesser numbers here, which is a little disturbing, but I understand why. So thank God for 1210 WPHT where you can catch it all. You don't even need power.
That's right. The
Amen,
beauty
brother.
of AM radio.
Yep. You don't need power.
50,000 watts.
Yep.
Blowtorch.
Mm-hmm.
So the forecast in a moment, and Nick will tell you when it's going to heat up again. But we are sponsored by, like I say, Kitchen Magic. Stuck in traffic on the way to the shore? Imagine you come home to a brand new, beautiful kitchen from Kitchen Magic. American-made, family-owned, and tariff-proof. This June, this month only, get 24 months, same as cash financing. Visit them, kitchenmagic.com. What are you waiting for? 24 months, same as cash financing. Do this and imagine coming home to a brand new, beautiful new kitchen. KitchenMagic.com. Kitchen Magic, thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live, 7 a.m. hour. And Nick is here with when the heat is going to be back on, Nick.
That's right. It's on 68 degrees right now, going up to 86 today. A beautiful weekend. Low 90s. But then the heat wave hits us Monday, 99 on Monday, 100 on Tuesday, 98 on Wednesday. It's all brought to you by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. All right, so let's get to our Southwest spitter, hair puller, shenanigan nonsense from Fight Club. No, that wasn't even Fight Club yesterday, was it?
No, we had like a 2-hour Fight Club yesterday between actual Fight Club and Southwest Airlines chick.
Yes. If you missed it, we clipped it on social media. Check it out at 1210 WPHT on X. I think we might have the condensed version. We'll play that in a second to refresh your memory. But I want to give the update here. So the Daily Mail tracked down this broad. Privileged life of drunken, violent Southwest Airlines passenger who had meltdown over a fat seatmate. I thought it was about a fatso. I brought that up yesterday. She just didn't want to sit next to old Chubbs that she was yanking the hair of. Totally out of line. This lady should have had her you-know-what beaten. And I said yesterday it took way too long for this lady to be totally apprehended. So she is apparently, according to reports, Leanna Perry, 32, a New York City artist,
of course,
who has worked with several high-end companies. All right, so
she's never had a job.
Well, she's worked for some amazing brands such as Adidas, Maybelline, Hot Topic, MAC, and Shine.
Wow.
She is a Brooklyn-based illustration artist.
Of course.
And she, of course, was escorted off the plane. She has a privileged portfolio that shows that she has completed artwork for fashion designers Betsy Johnson and Nicole Miller. A year ago, she posted to her now deleted LinkedIn page that she had started a job at makeup behemoth Maybelline in New York City. In fact, she gets paid so well that she's able to drop $4,000 a month for rent, which I know in New York City is actually relatively cheap because everything is absurd there. But she's paying $4,000 a month for a one-bedroom high-rise.
Wow.
In Williamsburg, Brooklyn.
Oh, that's a nice area.
She's been spotted enjoying the New York City fashion scene and has attended several runway shows and events. She's originally from Missouri, about 30 miles outside of Kansas City, and the Daily Mail contacted both Perry and Maybelline, New York, for comment, but did not immediately hear back. For those that might have missed it, Phil, let's roll the footage again of this lowlife who apparently has a good life and still wants to act like a pig.
Stay there.
Don't touch
No.
me.
No.
Don't
This is where her asshole is.
Do not touch her.
Look at her.
Shut
Shut
the
the up. Don't f***ing touch me. Let go. No me pasa nada. Let go. Let go. Let go. Let go of her hair.
You cannot do that.
Let go, miss. Let go. I'm not. Andre, I'm not even touching your hair. Andre, you need the police right now.
You need to let go
We
right
need
now.
those 911.
You need to let go.
911, bro.
You need to let go right now.
Miss, let go of her hair right now.
No.
But Maybelline's proud this morning, aren't they?
Which, yeah, she's not gonna have a job.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Let go of
Let go of
her
her
hair.
hair.
As well she should be.
Let go of her hair.
You guys are already past the point of no return. You're already past the point of no return. Let go of her hair, miss.
How'd you like to be the HR executive asked to sit down with this lady?
Yeah, put me on the
So you want to give us our side, your side of the story?
Look at this fat lady. Look at this. She can't even look. You can't even see her stomach. It's horrible.
She's
Look
a
at her outfit.
you're a horrible person.
Look at
Yep.
This poor
hilarious.
woman.
You can't even show your mouth because you're embarrassed. You can't even see it. 'cause
Imagine
you're
paying
embarrassed.
$4,000 a
Shut
month
the
for one bedroom. What a life.
Sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Dude, who's never gonna lay it again? Okay, I'm sorry, black guy. My boyfriend's black, so shut the. My boyfriend's a black guy. My boyfriend's a black. My boyfriend's black. My boyfriend's a.
How many tequilas do you think she had at the bar in the airport?
My
This
boyfriend-
is LaGuardia, by the way.
My boyfriend's a black.
I can't imagine.
Oh, look at that low energy spit.
Shut the
Yeah.
up.
Yep.
Shut the.
What an ugly.
Enough of her. She's
You know
had her
what?
15 minutes.
I hope some of her. I hope like Maybelline.
Yeah.
Tracks down this victim.
There's no way she's still employed, right? She has to be
I
fired.
can't imagine.
I mean, I don't call for cancel culture of people's, but there's no way you can retain her.
I mean, if somebody like Maybelline or one of their competitors say, "Can we do your hair and I don't know, make like to the victim, give you a day of pampering or something?" This poor woman who's, I don't know, she's just quietly. And to your point, I don't know how she takes it. Is she humiliated? Is she just shocked? She doesn't say anything.
No.
And so that's, to me, it's just like, oh my gosh, like
Maybe
I
she's
would've
drunk
punched-
too.
No, I don't think she is. But I just think this ugly-hearted, nasty woman, I would have punched her,
Yeah.
and she's not that big of a, like, I would have stood up and boom, I would have punched her right in the face.
No doubt she voted for Kamala Harris as well.
Well, I don't know who, it has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with ugly-hearted people, and so it's just so nasty and violent. Shame on her.
This also takes. I said this yesterday, but this also just shows Southwest. We're just making airlines and air travel too cheap. It's like it's become the Greyhound bus.
I don't know that you could pay me enough to fly out of LaGuardia.
It's the same thing with Carnival Cruises and all these other things where they just let every low life scumbag, for $500 you can take your entire horrible family with you.
Airports are an abomination,
and there ends up being fights. Yep. And it looks like the Greyhound bus.
Yeah,
awful.
You know what? I'm making a official family declaration here moving forward. So if Kristen, if you're listening, here's the new rule.
She's not.
We will not fly out of Philadelphia. We will not fly out of Newark. We will not fly out of New York. We will only fly out of the little rinky-dink one up in Allentown in the Lehigh Valley, and we will only fly out of that one. Or if we're in Tennessee, Nashville's airport is very modern, very nice, very clean. The rest of them, it's just the dreck of society. I don't know what's worse, a casino or an airport.
I've never had a problem flying out of Philadelphia.
Really?
Ever.
I just think it's awful.
Nope.
I've never had like legit issues. I mean, TSA backup, some smelly individuals, just your run-of-the-mill stuff. I'm not saying I've ever experienced what that lady had to deal with. I've actually never had an issue on a flight other than like a kid behind me, maybe knocking on the seat or kicking his feet. For the most part, I've always been on civil flights. I don't know what I would do in that situation.
Yeah, and this one, and Greg, you're saying it's like they're doing it for cheap flights, but this artist, well-known artist.
Rich.
Is well-to-do, has a good job. And by the way, to say, oh, well, she was a drunken passenger. Most people who get liquored up or drugged are happy or smiling or fall asleep. But she's showing her, I think, true colors coming out. It's like, where is that dark side of you? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what, when you're liquored up, that's what you do to, this ugliness and apparent racism and just this fat shaming of a lady who's just trying to fly someplace. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. But as I said yesterday, I don't know. She was wearing a COVID mask, so maybe she deserved it.
Oh, stop.
All right, we'll come back.
Just had here's the thing. If she's wearing a COVID mask or those 911 ICE guys that you're talking about, maybe they know somebody who's immunocompromised.
Can we start deporting women like that? I would love to.
Oh, you mean
let's just call Tom home and let me decide.
All
these Fight Club people, I want them all deported. I don't care if they're citizens. Who cares?
Could you imagine?
Send them to El Salvador.
Stalker and Homan in a conference room going through a rundown of who's gone and who's not.
Get them out, all of them. Get them out. You two better watch out too, because if you get on my bad side, you two are out too.
Hey, and you know what? Chris Van Hollen would never advocate for these crazy white chicks. Even he'd agreed. Get them out.
Yeah, he just wants their vote. After that, he couldn't care less. 855-839-1210. Farish in 20 minutes with the cut sheet. Coming up next, the media. AOC says it needs to be reined in. Dave Portnoy says the complete opposite. And I'm going to give you some facts and some background on the CNN acquisition with Warner Brothers and Discovery and Time. This is interesting because I think CNN, as you currently know it, a year from now, will not look anything like it does right now. Not that anybody's watching anyway, but we'll give you those details coming up next. Kayal and Company, stay right there.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Hey, it's Joe to Camera. See the story of Philly sports put to music. With Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra, I've seen the show. It's phenomenal. Conklin with all of his voices and songs, plus celebrity guests. It's sports. It's comedy. It's music. It's Philly.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, Friday, July 11th. And at the Ocean City Music Pier, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
I'm Rhett.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD-1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Hey, buongiorno. Dom Giordano here. After nearly 15 years of European splendors, I'm so excited about our tour to Sicily and Calabria. Nobody masters Italy like Conservative Tours. In fact, our guide Lorenzo and the team all hail from Calabria. Picture the bustling, colorful markets of Palermo, framed by the azure Mediterranean. Admire the awesome beauty of the architecture that recalls the invasions of the Arabs and the Normans. It's a challenge to fully slot Sicily into Italy's culture and nationhood. The Byzantine mosaics of Monreale attest to this distinction. Local wineries where dining events will amaze: Marsala, Trapani, Cefalù, and a remnant of Greek civilization, the Valley of the Temples. All this $55.44, including airfare. Call 888-733-9493 or go to conservativetours.com. Conclude with one of the best unknown destinations in Italy, Calabria. I'll see you on the cliffs of Taormina. We'll have an Aperol spritz in the afternoon sun. Ciao, Philadelphia.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Dum.
We will kill you, graveyard dead.
It's Kayal and Company rolling on a Friday. We'll head on down to Tennessee in about 15 minutes. Sean Farish will join us, as he always does, for a Friday cut sheet. What? What are you giggling about?
No, I'm just I'm communicating with my wife this morning because there was an issue at the school. And losing power, but power's restored. So, and it looks like the neighbors behind us, their power's restored too. So, Dawn, there's hope. There's hope around the bend for
alive.
It from last night's awful storms.
Yes, which apparently Phil Almquist has a very interesting story about his experiences last night. Hello, Philip.
Hello, how are you? Why are you so overmodulated?
Oh my God,
Lord.
my head just
blew out my ear.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. One day we'll figure this out. But anywho, now he's too low. Now he's talking and nobody hears him.
Oh, no, I didn't realize I was talking right now. Anyway, yeah, I was in the movie theater yesterday, and the power went out, and I missed the last 15 minutes of the movie. So, yeah, I have to go back and watch the whole movie again to catch the last 15 minutes.
Well, wait, first of all, what movie was this?
Ballerina, the John Wick-ish, or from the John Wick platform, if you will.
So you're going to pay full freight again to go back and watch it and just catch the last 15?
No, they gave us passes, so I'll go back and watch it for free.
But can you imagine being in a movie and the power goes out 15 minutes before the end?
Depends if it's good and you're enjoying it.
But then you have to go back and see the entire movie for 15 minutes?
Well, the problem was actually it began before the movie started because there are 25 minutes of previews. If there were no previews, I would have been able to see the whole thing.
Yeah, that's another thing. They've got to get, I mean, I know you want to promote things to get ticket sales for future events and things like that, But with the movie theater experience, what it is nowadays, and how the movie theater industry is dying with Netflix and everything on demand, plus the cost of going, can we just get right to the presentation of what you came for? Does anybody actually want to sit through previews?
Yeah.
I don't.
No.
But that's just me.
But if the previews are good, you know what I mean? Like, I like to see movies that are coming. I'm like, oh, that looks interesting.
So
like,
you're going to watch this again, Phil, from Jump Street, right? It's not just the last 15.
Yes, I am actually, because it was good. I like
Okay.
it.
What's the movie called? Ballerina?
Yeah, Ballerina.
It's the John Wick, right? It's John Wick.
The John Wick series?
John Wick. He's
so good.
not the main star, but he is definitely in it. So
Okay. I'm going to go see Superman when that comes out next month. That'll be my movie experience for this summer. That's it.
I want to see Spaceballs when it comes out in 2027. Can you imagine Mel Brooks is 90 years old and he's making another Spaceballs movie that's going to come out in a year and a half from now?
God bless him.
I mean, God bless him is right.
Yeah.
But Phil, what movie theater were you at?
it was at the AMC Plymouth meeting right next to the mall.
Okay. My neck of the woods.
That's the one that went out.
Yeah. How many people were there? 12?
Well, actually, it's a smaller theater, so probably 20, 25.
Wow, that's actually not bad for like 5 o'clock on a
Thursday.
Actually, the movie was supposed to start at 3:45 because my wife was actually off for Juneteenth, so that's why we went to catch a matinee.
I was going to say that yesterday that it was a holiday, so that's why there was probably a lot of people. Well, a lot of people ish there.
Yeah.
Yeah, ish. I mean, there are bigger movies that come out next week, and like F1 comes out next week, which I really do want to see. So
what's F1?
Move on.
What's F1?
He's gone.
He's gone.
He went back into his hole.
But that AMC, that's one of the ones we go to, and they do have a full bar.
Yeah, well, I know. You have to. It's the only way you're getting me out.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Yeah.
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 So that's why I always miss the preview, because I'm the one getting the drinks. So I'm like, you guys go get the seat.
Larry's just waiting for you to bring the popcorn to him.
I'll be like, I'll get the cocktail.
I said extra buttered on.
I think Penn Cinemas in the Huntington Valley Shopping
Yes.
Center there. I think they do because we did an event there.
Remember that?
Yeah.
That was
yeah.
pound
I think
cake.
they have a. I think they have a full bar there too.
Yeah.
I mean,
nice.
it's smart. It's smart to do that.
Yeah. First time I experienced that was in Tennessee. I was shocked. It was 2018 or 2019. I'm like, wait a minute, you sell liquor here?
No, Moxie Floxen. I know what Formula One is. I just didn't know there was a movie about it.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, like F1 racing.
Yes, I know what F1 means. I just didn't know there was a movie about it.
Right.
Thank you.
All right. So let me get to this on the media.
Formula One, by the way, it's Brad Pitt is in it.
Oh yes, I did see that. Yes, I did see that
Brad
preview.
Pitt. I'm over Brad Pitt.
And if you watch Snowfall, which is awesome, the upcoming star is Damson Idris, who's amazing, and so he's with Brad Pitt. And it's like, obviously auto racing, but I think it's kind of, I don't know, Damson Idris. I think this is like a major movie test of his.
Oh, so it's a
star
guy.
power.
I was just going to ask you, who's Damson Idris? I wouldn't know if that was a guy or a girl.
Really handsome, young African-American actor who's the hot actor, right? He's amazing. If you watch Snowfall, it's the Narcos. Snowfall is the Narcos coming to the U.S. and the
Okay.
whole cocaine and CIA and all that stuff.
Yep.
So that's who. He's a great actor, Damson Idris.
Okay.
He's fabulous. And then there's Brad Pitt.
And then there's Brad Pitt. Right. Which, are we
He's
saying
still-
he's not fabulous? Or
No,
is he still fabulous?
I think Brad Pitt's still pretty hot.
Is he allowed to see his kids yet?
I know.
That's right. He was married to Angelina.
Yeah,
Jolie,
and there's a whole
Yeah.
issue there where one of them doesn't even have his last name, right?
Oh, jeez.
His own dad, whatever. I
Yeah.
don't know what's going on there. Well, buddy, you should have stayed with Jennifer Aniston. Maybe,
Well, I mean, yeah, he was with her and then went crazy, and then decided some crazy punani nanny was the way to go.
Wait, please, Nick,
Yeah.
prayer hands, spank me. Can you isolate Punani?
Yes. Jimmy Kelly, I need Punani on the board.
Excellent penetrator.
Right next to penetrator.
It's Punani Nanny.
Punani Nanny.
Penetrating Punani is what Hollywood does. By the way, quick, well, the hell with this story I was going to get to. It was just
No,
it's fine.
do it. No, please do it. Please do it.
Because
please do it.
You got to hear this story about Bruno. So when Bruno was out in Hollywood, out in L.A., and Bruno had that stretch where he was doing national sports for Fox Sports Radio. He was in Sherman Oaks and Los Angeles, Venice Beach, and he was in San Francisco for a little bit. And he and Robin met Jennifer Aniston at a restaurant or a bar, and Jennifer Aniston kind of big-timed Bruno. And Bruno was so mad. So now Bruno's had a vendetta against Jennifer Aniston for like 25 years.
Oh, that's hysterical.
He's like, oh, she's an overrated actress. She's just awful. I'm like, well, what's wrong with Jennifer Aniston, man? She's from Friends. She's hot. She seems like one time this, and he started going with the hands, and his head exploded. And
did he get to meet Angelina Jolie?
I don't know.
Did you hear she's a sweetheart?
Really?
She might be a hot crazy chick, but you hear that she is a sweetheart.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I disagree. I think she's absolutely badass crazy. Do you remember the Billy Bob Thornton thing where they wore vials of blood of each other around their
But
necks?
that doesn't mean that if you met her, she might be a sweetheart.
I don't know that anybody's actually a genuinely nice person in Hollywood. Do you think does that actually exist? I've heard Bradley Cooper's an unbelievable human. That might be the only one right now off the top of my head where people are like overwhelmingly Bradley Cooper, good dude. Philly guy.
Pride of Germantown Academy.
There you go.
Ding.
All right. Well, that was fun. That was the Hollywood Minute. We should do that more often on this show.
No,
Why?
we
We could sell it. Somebody will buy it. That was great. Phil Almquist goes to the movies every week.
Go back to the story you were talking about.
All right.
We can go here.
So this media story is interesting because you have conflicting viewpoints. I saw Portnoy from Barstool was on Fox saying that the distrust of legacy media has never been bigger than it is today. And this is obviously stemming from the news about CNN. CNN is on the verge of being kind of spun off in this Warner Brothers Discovery spin-off split. And then I see AOC. And when AOC is not fighting on behalf of oligarchy with Bernie or fighting for illegal aliens, she's combating misinformation and disinformation, which is interesting because if you think about the whole Biden administration, and by the way, next Friday will be 1 year, the 1 year anniversary of the Trump-Biden debate, which basically ended Biden's career. We were proved right. The media was covering for. So it's really rich coming from her talking about media misinformation and disinformation. Phil, this is clip 4 from the cut sheet where she is talking about how I don't know who we is, maybe the Democrats, have to rein in the media. Let's roll this clip.
Several members of Congress in some of my discussions have brought up media literacy because that is a part of what happened here. And we're going to have to figure out how we rein in our media environment so that you can't just spew disinformation and misinformation. It's one thing to have differing opinions, but it's another thing entirely to just say things that are false. And so that's something that we're looking into.
So amazing to hear that come from that individual about talking about things that are false and then being chastised when you say, oh, I'm smart enough to realize Joe Biden's in cognitive decline. Oh, those are cheap fakes. That's X spreading misinformation. And yes, there's misinformation on every platform, left or right. But this is, to me, a public call for more censorship, more silencing, more the fact checking. You know they're going to circle back to that. That's going to be in their playbook for the 2026 midterms. We just saw it yesterday with the story we had about J.D. Vance's official Blue Sky account. He posts, or somebody in his camp posts one thing. Next thing you know, Blue Sky takes him down. They deplatform him. 12 minutes later, they put them back. And when you talk about the decline of the media, this was written from Yahoo. CNN has never been worth less than it is today. The network is on pace to have its lowest rated year in their advertiser coveted demographic, which is adults 25 to 54 of all time.
Wow.
And we just got past the 30-year anniversary of O.J. Simpson, right?
Yeah.
Think about what CNN was, regardless of your politics, in the mid-'90s. Go back to 1995 when, Dawn talks about boots on the ground where they had reporters during conflict. You had, live break-ins with Larry King. Wolf Blitzer was in his prime. I mean, CNN, I think this was even pre-Fox News, because Fox News didn't exist during the OJ chase. And what CNN was from a journalistic standpoint to what they've devolved into today, which is ratings so bad that even Newsmax claims that they have a bigger audience, which is wild to assume because Newsmax has 12 people that watch.
So let me ask you this. Is this, yes, legacy media is dying everywhere. There's no question in my mind, especially places like CNN and MSNBC. The problem is that everybody's declining. Every network is declining. Every cable network, every 3, 6, and 10, they're all declining in ratings. Why CNN and MSNBC and all of them look more spectacular is because they were already at the bottom. You know what I mean? So when you're the tallest midget, it's something to, now, so they had less to drop.
Sure.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, this is why that corporate split's happening. But by mid-2026, according to Yahoo, and everybody's writing about this, Warner Brothers and Discovery, they're going to spin this off. Anderson Cooper's $18 million salary a year.
Yeah.
Apparently, he hired some big-time Hollywood agent to represent him. He's getting whacked. There's no way in God's green earth Anderson Cooper at $18 million a year is getting a contract renewed.
$18 million.
$18 million a year to be lifeless on television.
That can't be. CNN is paying him $18 million a year.
Whoopi Goldberg's making $8 million a year on The View.
But that's what I mean.
Crazy.
Whoopi Goldberg's making 8. Anderson Cooper is making 18.
I would say.
I would challenge that.
Dawn, tell me if you agree with this. Chopping block for CNN: Anderson Cooper, Jake Tapper, Wolf Blitzer. Probably their 3 highest paid talents. All men, all past their glory days of when they were actually consumed by the American public. Would you agree all 3 of them, major pay cut or you're gone?
Yeah, I mean, but let's talk about Anderson Cooper. Why was he hired in the first place? So he has never, when he was hired, everybody in the business said, "What? Who is this guy? He's horrible."
Yes.
He was horrible. So here's the example of hiring somebody because whatever frou-frou owner was impressed with the fact that his mom is Gloria Vanderbilt. Maybe they sat with their martinis and their black
Ted Turner, right?
Right, but who hired him and thought that was a good idea? And I would submit to you that if they had hired somebody who was actually talented and good, that person could have steered that ship and maybe saved a whole lot of jobs at CNN. Because of the choices they made and the hires they made, they weakened and watered down journalism. So they were the opposite of saving journalism. So they're going to get what they deserve. They made this bed.
It's amazing. I mean, you're probably like Erin Burnett. She's probably not commanding that type of salary. Mm-hmm. Caitlin Collins probably on the cheap. Plus, they think she's the it girl. I'm telling you.
So Caitlin Collins, it's established. She clearly does not make that much, and she's willing. Look at what she's doing. She's doing a show. Yeah, she's doing 2 jobs.
Yeah, that's going to be.
She's doing what we all do.
Yeah, that's going to be
multitasking.
Not Nick. You and I, Dawn. You and I do multiple jobs.
The nap is a part of my daily routine.
Nick doesn't. Zioli doesn't. Dom doesn't. You and I, Dawn, are the only ones that do 2 jobs here.
Or more.
By the way, before I see Sean is in the hopper. Before we get to Sean,
sure.
Dawn uncovered something that's very interesting.
Yes.
Are we being played? This is the Southwest Airlines chick. Put it up there, Phil, if you can. Is that the woman? She's next to her that she was fighting with on the plane.
Looks close to it.
Dawn, where did you get this photo?
I was just scrolling through, and this photo was published in a bunch of different places, including the New York Post, but it's in other publications where she's behind the scenes with somebody. And so I looked at that and I go, wait a minute, that really, you can't tell because the victim
had a
who's
mask
silent had the mask on.
Yeah.
But it could be her.
Is this her trying to have a viral? Why would she go through all of this though? Because she would have committed a federal offense, because when you do this on an airline, it's a federal offense. So she's going to be facing federal charges.
Yeah.
You're going to do all of this just to go viral? I don't know.
But it's weird because she's saying I can't. I mean, she looks to be like a smaller individual anyway when you compare her to the other passengers.
Right.
And then she's with somebody behind the scenes at one of these art shows or whatever
Jesus
with a woman.
Would. Sorry.
Well, I'm more fascinated by the girl in the back right corner. Look in the back right of the picture.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
These crazy. Oh, in the
yeah.
photo you're showing.
Whatever that is.
So, but the woman who she has her arm around the woman.
Yeah.
Is, could be the woman. It could be the same person. You don't know because of the mask and this.
Is there
angle.
Is there any way we can take the picture and a freeze frame of the video with the lady having her hair pulled and see if we can draw
figure
a
out
comparison?
who that is.
Yeah.
And why didn't anybody name the victim or interview the victim? We don't know who the victim was.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. It's fat chick in a COVID mask.
Stop.
Fat chick in a COVID mask.
Phil, can you pull up the Southwest Airline videos one more time just to show the we don't have to play the audio. I just want to see the video just to see if we can. Yeah, just roll. You don't have to play the audio.
Let's see here. There's the head.
Pause it there. Pause it right there.
Right there.
Boom.
And then
show the
other one.
Now show the
this is
photo.
behind the scenes at a New York art show. Or
no,
show.
No, I don't think so.
But it could be.
No.
I mean,
no. I think that.
Well, she clearly doesn't have anything against big bone women.
Yeah,
No.
right.
Right.
That's what I looked at them like. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Unless her true self comes out when she's had 18 drinks, which could be true.
I don't know.
All right, let's go down to Tennessee as we say good morning to the Sir. Sean Farish is with us for another Farish Friday. What's up, buddy?
There we go.
There
All
we
right,
go.
what's happening?
Hey,
yeah, we're ready
sir.
to roll here in Tennessee, fighting the good fight. We are the first state in the nation to ban child sex changes
Amen.
and the gender mutilation for minors.
Yeah,
So
big win for Scarametti.
Huge win for Scarametti and Solicitor General Rice. And we heard their comments. I was with the great Michael Patrick Leahy a couple of days ago, about an hour or so after the ruling came out, which wasn't by design, but it worked out really well. And Attorney General Scarametti told Michael that the law was written because they anticipated it to get challenged, and it was written with the intent of being challenged and winning and setting the precedent for anybody else who'd like to follow suit. So anybody in a red state who wants this in their state, Tennessee has essentially blazed the trail, and you guys can go right ahead, copy and paste that law and make it happen.
Boom. There you go. All right, Greg Stocker, let's find out what's on that Friday cut sheet, shall we?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday? Farish Friday, sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Rita's is making waves with new Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Thin Ice with a fun mix of tropical fruit flavors in every bite. It's the must-try treat of the summer. Don't wait. Try Kool-Aid Charcoalberry Thin Ice at Rita's today. Be Kool-Aid at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring the ever-important Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. All right, let's start, because I want to get, this is the first time we're actually talking to Sean since the Iran-Israel thing that has gone down. But I want to start with Florida's AG proposing immigrant detention centers in the Everglades called Alligator Alcatraz. I love this idea.
This is Ashley Moody,
Is this James Uthmeyer? Is that who
Yes,
this is?
yes, it's Uthmeyer, Sean.
I
Very
love
good.
this guy.
This is
I know a lot of
six.
people are like, oh, he's a DeSantis. I'm like, you know what? This dude this dude is the only one in the country who stood up to the Tates before it was cool.
Oh, thank
so
you.
I'm all about this guy.
Yeah. By the way, we don't have to get into Tate. We know your feelings on him. All right, let's roll this guy.
Attorney General James Uthmeyer here at the Miami-Dade Collier Training Facility.
First of all, stop it. The music in the background is badass. It's just dun dun dun.
It is.
No other
Welcome to
attorney
the
general has theme music, right?
No.
All right.
I don't think so.
Start it over.
Attorney General James Uthmeyer here at the Miami-Dade Collier training facility. This is an old, virtually abandoned airport facility right in the middle of the Everglades. Florida's been leading on immigration enforcement, supporting the Trump administration and ICE's efforts to detain and deport criminal aliens. The governor tasked state leaders to identify places for new temporary detention facilities. I think this is the best one. As I call it, Alligator Alcatraz. This 30 square mile area is completely surrounded by the Everglades. Presents a efficient, low-cost opportunity to build a temporary detention facility because you don't need to invest that much in the perimeter. If people get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Within just 30 to 60 days after we begin construction, it could be up and running and could house as many as 1,000 criminal aliens.
Wow.
This presents a great opportunity for the state of Florida to work with Miami-Dade and Collier counties. Alligator Alcatraz, we're ready to go.
I love it.
I could just see Sean Farish running the detention center. To be awesome. Dude, what is it with the red states? They just get it right. It's not rocket science.
It's like they know what to do. First of all, people, the left. This is if anything, it's like an epic troll job, right? From the left, where they're just going to be strategy. Like, "Oh my God, you're going to feed illegals to alligators." I would just be like, "Yep." You came here. Like, that's not humane. Like, well, would you rather the alligators starve? Then PETA gets upset, right? Like, come on.
Could you imagine LaMonica McIver or Jerry Nadler trying to swim through the Everglades to go see and check in on somebody detained in an ICE facility in the Everglades?
It's amazing.
Jerry Nadler couldn't even walk into an ICE facility. Let alone, he wouldn't. First of all, he wouldn't swim. He would just kind of bob.
Like a buoy.
The bobber.
I mean, did you see him the other day? He couldn't stand up.
Yeah.
I kind of felt bad, but I don't because he's a piece of,
He is.
Sugar honey iced tea.
Yep.
But,
Speaking of Nadler, Nick played this earlier. Nick played this earlier. Let's play it again. He showed up at an ICE detention center in New York City, demanding entry, and then he was denied entry. It's just roll this. He must smell terrible.
Look at that guy.
His body odor is atrocious.
And in both cases, the government moved to dismiss the
Gary
case
Nadler.
and had the government dismiss the case, and they walked out, they would have immediately been seized by ICE officers and deported from the country under expedited removal. But these two...
Once a fat guy, always a fat guy, too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he just looks like a deflated turd.
Yeah. That's why I call him No Nuts Nadler.
Dismissing the case, and so court dates were set for sometime in the future. Of course, if they had not been advised that had they not had an attorney that told them to do that, they would have been deported on the spot. Number one. Number two, they told us, the deputy field director told us that the 10th floor was not a detention facility. Yes, people are detained there. Yes, they stay there for 1 or 2 nights, or 3 nights, staying up, sleeping on the floor on benches. But they're not. But it's not a detention center. They are detained, but it's not a detention center because they don't choose to define it as a detention.
He still waddles when he walks, right?
Yeah.
Like the penguin.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
There's no way he doesn't.
And
he looks like a capital D from the side, like straight back, and then it just
capital D.
So what Democrats are upset about, and I checked locally to see if this is happening locally. It's happening across the country, and they're mad because they did not see this coming. Where what happened was you have people, they believe that they're going for some kind of a court proceeding because they came here illegally, but then they signed up to the app, which has been ruled illegal by the courts. So then they go to court, and the judge says, case dismissed, which means, no, your amnesty chances are done, go home. And so they immediately then get arrested and get deported because they're here illegally. Their case for amnesty has been dismissed. Bye-bye. That's what they're upset about. It's happening across the country. Democrats are saying, they lied to us. They lied to these people.
I've never heard somebody say that. Somebody is shaped like a capital letter.
He looks like it. I mean, from the side, it was a D. It really. What you could have taken like the letter and just superimposed it over and be the same shape. That's the first time I
saw. We have a ton more, but we need to take a real quick break. So stay right there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
June means road trips, beach weekends, and non-stop summer fun. And United Tire is here to make sure your car is ready to roll. Right now, during the Grill and Go event, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your vehicle needs. Need an alignment, brakes, or just want the best road hazard protection? United's got you covered. From oil changes and inspections to brand new tires. Trust the skilled techs at United Tire to keep you moving. Schedule your service today at UnitedTire.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game, stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is gone!
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan is responsible for this ad. John Morgan is licensed in Florida and Tennessee. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
The working families of La Una Laborers District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Laborers District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
8 o'clock straight up. Hour 3 underway on a fairish Friday as the cut sheet continues on what is going to be a beautiful day. And I still can't get the image of Jerry Nadler shaped like a capital D out of my head, which leads me to this question. Based on his physical appearance, when do we think the last time Jerry Nadler had any
Punani nanny?
Oh, my.
1987?
My lord. My lord. Woo. Punani nanny.
Thank you, Jimmy Kelly.
At least twice a day, Don Stensland is ashamed to be a part of this show. I don't know if you guys saw this. This is 23. I hadn't heard it reported, but apparently it was It was going around the, quote, green room of MSNBC, according to Tim Miller.
Oh, boy.
That the Kamala Harris campaign was seriously considering Mark Cuban as a vice president?
Oh, I did not hear this.
Roll this.
There was some green room gossip at MSNBC. You ready for this? You ready? I wouldn't tell you this if it wasn't like pretty good. Like somebody I kind of trust said that they asked you to send in VP vetting papers, and you said no, the list would be too long. Is that true? It is true. Why didn't you consider? I mean, you ended out there campaigning with her advisor.
Well, the second part of that is, my response was, I'm not very good as the number two person. And so the last thing we need is me telling Kamala, the president, that, no, that's a dumb idea, right? And I'm not real good at the shaking hands.
All right.
And kissing
Well, I don't
babies
know about that, man. I was talking to Pete Buttigieg a couple weeks ago, and I was like, I want to, give you a time machine. We're going to go back in a DeLorean. Like, what could we do different? So I want to ask you that same question, but also in the context, like, if it was you instead of Tim Walz, who the hell knows? I don't know. It feels maybe different.
I mean, obviously it would have been different. My personality is completely different than Tim's. My experiences, my background.
So basically, he's saying that he's smarter than Kamala, which he is. He would have been a better option than Tim Walz, which he would have been. I don't think it changes the outcome at all because VPs really don't have impacts on elections for the most part. But boy, this is a guy who, and remember, Mark Cuban has scrubbed his social media of all of his Kamala Harris campaign support. All gone.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, Blue Sky Social is tanking Mark Cuban's business.
And remember, he put down conservative women. Just remember that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right. I forgot
Donald
about that.
Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't surround himself with
Smart
strong
women.
and intelligent women.
Smart women don't support
We only do it.
Trump.
We have the smartest people, not the stupid people.
Mayor Pete!
Not the stupid
Thank
people.
you, sir.
No, it's funny to see him say that and say, well, I don't want to be the one to tell Kamala she has a dumb idea, as if that was going to be a regular occurrence, because it would have,
Do we really believe, though, that Kamala was actually considering? I mean, because we all said back in July of last year, hard to believe a year has gone by since then, that, Tim Walz was the pick because Josh Shapiro would steal the shine from Kamala. Josh Shapiro's Jewish. Josh Shapiro easily would have been the better option. Do you think Kamala's ego would allow her to have somebody as high profile as Mark Cuban on the ticket?
Maybe not. Probably not. There's that. There's the fact that she doesn't make good decisions. He would have been a better decision than Walz. But I mean, a mailbox would have done a better job, specifically because the mailbox doesn't flail its arms around when it's when it walks outside. So I just think it's interesting. I think it's interesting to hear the way he talked about it, right? Of course, it would have been different. Like, he slammed both of them.
He did.
Right? But during election season, they were the best thing, right? And obviously, you campaign and you have to kind of put forth that. But I think it was funny to kind of hear him say that he would have to tell her that her ideas are dumb, and he didn't want to be the one to do it. So that's Doug's job, right? Dougie Doritos.
Could you imagine Mark Cuban having to explain to her price caps and how that's a bad idea?
Let me ask you guys this, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer from all three of you. I think we're all going to be on the same page. But do you think it would have made any difference if Mark Cuban was the VP instead of Tim Walz?
No.
Like outcome?
Yes.
No.
Do you think she would have competed more?
No, I don't really think so. Maybe from a money standpoint.
Yeah.
Like maybe Cuban could have brought more, but she blew through that anyway and gave it all to like Beyonce and Oprah, so it's okay. I don't think the outcome changes.
I agree with you guys.
Anyway, he got clowned all day long on social media.
Yep. Yeah.
So did Walz.
Dawn, you're on the same page too.
Yeah, I think Mark Cuban definitely an alpha male, and I'm glad he admitted that he basically thought that Kamala Harris was unfit to be president of the United States, and that he would have to imagine that, what he just said.
Mm-hmm.
But because, he also had just questioned conservative women, and that was bizarre to me. And so he has like his little issues with women. That would have been an issue had Kamala Harris said, had they chosen him.
Yep.
I agree.
Yep.
All right, let's get into the I'm interested to hear Sean's opinion on what's happening right now with Israel and Iran, and the 2 weeks that Trump has said it's gonna, he's gonna make a decision about bombing Fordo in the next 2 weeks. Former Energy Secretary Ernest Moniz was on CNN. This is 24. And he said that there is simply no way to bomb the nuclear program of Iran's out of existence. Roll this.
That we need.
No, boy, look at
Right,
that guy's
because of
hair.
course, I mean, just to state the obvious, but Iran has nuclear power.
That's a nuclear disaster in and of itself.
Countries are allowed to pursue, by the way, including several of those that you mentioned, UAE, Saudi Arabia. So, if these talks don't succeed, and again, 2 weeks means whatever Trump wants it to mean, obviously, Secretary, and Trump does take out that Fordow nuclear facility. Which may or may not be successful, but he dropped some of those bombs on that. If he were to be successful with those bombs, big if, but if he were, would that be the end of Iran's nuclear program? Is it as simple as it's being put out there of you get rid of that and you're good?
No, I would have to say that there's no way to simply bomb the nuclear program of Iran out of existence. They clearly have been at this for decades. Now, I think the only way out of a nuclear program for the long term would be that if there were a very different political commitment in Iran's leadership. But absent that, even if Fordo were taken out, and as you say, I do want to emphasize the uncertainties. I personally have never heard a military analyst declare in no uncertain terms that the facility would be destroyed even with our bunker buster. It would certainly make a very inconvenient site for a long time at a minimum. But whatever the case, you would measure the recovery time, I think, of a program not in weeks, as the president has said, but in a year, a couple of years, you would see a program back. Also, we have no real indication today that Natanz, which was destroyed at least above ground, and Fordo are the entire program. The IAEA, the international inspectors, have been really semi-blind for quite a while now, and we don't know if there are other covert sites where they have components, enriched uranium, etc. So I think in the end the president has it right that a diplomatic solution, a political resolution, would be the way for long-term security.
All right, Sean. So 2 questions. What do you think Trump should do? And what do you make of the rift in between Republicans, whether it's Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson or the peaceful MAGA section that wants no war versus some of the old warmongers that are still around?
Well, first of all, we could definitely take out Fordo because we're going to drop Chris Christie on it, and nothing can stop that.
He's the bunker buster.
Chris Christie.
I didn't realize
you
that.
talk about the OG bunker buster. That's Chris Christie. And you look at it, if it doesn't work with him, we could drop Stacey Abrams, who we call the Beast of the Southeast. She will now be the Beast of the Middle East. And she's got the gap in between her teeth, so she'll be whistling all the way down. They'll hear it coming for miles. Right, you'll hear it coming from miles. No, I think I think Trump. I think Trump is handling this whole thing the right way. Right. So, first of all, I don't know. Maybe I'm on it. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm looking too much into it, like reading between the lines. I think the one outlet to pay attention to with all of these rumors is, believe it or not, Axios. I happen to believe that there are strategic leaks, and I kind of have it on not great authority, but credible enough authority where I'm comfortable saying it. Like the leaks to Axios seem to be in line with what he's been saying. And now they have kind of waffled on a couple of things, and he has kind of called them out a little bit. But I think there was a little bit of intentional smokescreen going on there, so that Iran didn't know what was going on. But the leaks to that outlet in particular have generally lined up with the president's words, the president's actions, the administration's rhetoric. So I always keep my eye on them right now. I think he's doing this. I think he's doing this very well. It's been a week since Israel has started attacking. We are yet to provide any offensive support, and I don't want to hear from people, well, the weapons. Well, they buy the weapons, okay? I mean, it's not the same as Ukraine. We're not flying our planes over Fordo. There's no boots on the ground. I mean, is there intel being shared? Yes, there's intel being shared. But look, if Iran considered that offensive participation, they'd be striking our bases. That's just a point right there. They'd be striking our bases like they did after Soleimani. Right, and Trump essentially let them bomb an empty shell. I think Trump is handling this really well. I think diplomacy is obviously what he's after because he wants to make a deal. I think the 2 weeks is essentially listen to the message because he didn't say he was waiting 2 weeks. He said he was going to make a decision within 2 weeks. That could be tomorrow. Right?
Yep.
Somebody could come to him and say, I don't think we can get this done, and he may come in and say, all right, well, we're going to go ahead and bomb the Fordo plant. But I think he wants to reach a diplomatic solution. I think he wants to flex about making the deal, right?
Yep.
That's what he's always done. And I say, look, if he wants to give them 2 weeks, I'm letting Israel have a field day as long as they're not bombing, civilian spots and they're going ahead and strategically let them have a field day and play good cop, bad cop. Israel's the bad cop for Iran. They're the one dropping the bombs. Trump's the good cop. He wants to bring him to the table, except as that, and I can't believe I'm going to agree with a former Obama official, but as that guy with the crazy toupee, that should be bombed off of his head, rhetorically. As that guy said, the diplomatic resolution is probably the best way to ensure lasting peace. So we'll see what happens. But I think Trump is playing this well. And I think the rift, right, this disconnect, people just have to, the comparison of Donald Trump to George Bush is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Absolutely. If he wanted to bomb Israel, he would have done it already. Iran, he would have done it already. It's ridiculous, I think.
Can I insert some news, just some data here for you? There is a meeting that is today in Geneva, and this is a high-stakes diplomatic push, they're saying, to try to diffuse these tensions between Israel and Iran. So this is a major international meeting that's being reported and confirmed in Geneva. World powers trying to prevent this broader conflict, supported by the White House, much to what your point is, Sean. And it launches what they're saying is they're giving this negotiation, this so-called 2-week window for securing a peaceful resolution to the escalating, standoff that we've seen. And so senior diplomats from the UK, France, Germany, they'll meet with the Iranian foreign minister. And so also just another tidbit, just some data here that, remember, the NATO summit is scheduled for June 24th and 25th. That's at The Hague. And remember, we said yesterday that Erdogan of Turkey has been helpful to try to negotiate and broker some kind of a peace deal. And so Trump and Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan that we've talked about, other alliance leaders, will be there June 24th and 25th. So I just wanted to give some data and some backdrop.
Sean, let me ask you, there's two questions I want to bring up to you with this topic. Are you surprised that Trump, because that really caught me off guard there, with what you said about Axios. Trump or somebody in the administration intentionally putting this out to Axios, of all places, which is easily left of center as far as a news outlet goes. Is that a shock to you?
It comes to be a little shocking, but not really, because they have a pretty big viewership, and I really do think that I heard it from somebody that these leaks are being placed intentionally, whether they're the truth or not. But I've been following the coverage of this situation through Axios and what they're citing, and then listening to what Caroline Levitt is saying, and then going into things at the Times of Israel and all these pro-Israeli websites are saying, and generally what Axios has put out there has lined up. They haven't been 100% right. But I think the strategic leaks I think the leaks in many cases to that outlet, let's put it this way, they're not making up what they're hearing from the administration. They're hearing what they're saying they're hearing.
All right.
Whether those officials are doing it in good faith is up for debate, but they're hearing real stuff.
But this goes along with what I said earlier about Trump. If you see him behind the scenes, look at how we can't stand little Georgie Stephanopoulos. You see Trump, he has conversations with all of these people because he understands that at the end of the day, his administration, whatever, he believes in the PR game, and he knows that game really, really well.
Mm-hmm.
And has known it for most of his adult life.
Yeah.
And so it doesn't surprise me at all that he has given the nod or said go ahead and leak some of this good information as part of this PR game. Because let's face it, if you can through public relations get to people and either psych them out or achieve at the end of the day a peace deal, then it was all worth it.
Yeah. I know
Absolutely.
we have more cuts to get to, but I just want to ask you one last question. Within this little battle between Trump supporters, whether it's you got Tucker Carlson against Ted Cruz, you have Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I forget who else was on one side of no, we don't want to deploy, we don't want to attack, we don't want to bomb. This term, the woke right, I've seen a lot of people. And I think maybe you were tweeting about it as well. Explain this evolution of this woke right that apparently exists.
So what I consider woke right are people like Candace Owens or people like Myron Gaines, who finally was honest with everybody and said, yeah, it's not Zionist, it's Jews. Like he finally just straight up said it. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's kind of what we've been saying about him for a year. So thanks for finally being honest with your followers and the rest of the world. You don't like Jews. I had a feeling. I had a little hunch that's what was going on. Candace Owens telling people in the military to get dishonorably discharged because, that doesn't follow you for the rest of your life. And what does Candace care, right? It's not going to impact her. She's not going to be the one who's, looked at as a felon by potential employers. It's these members of the military that she's telling to go ahead and do this. Now, the woke right are people who basically, I'm not going to say Tucker Carlson is woke right because he doesn't engage in this behavior, but I consider it like to be extreme members of the so-called right who engage in cancel culture, doxing, things like this. If you get into my DMs on X are hilarious with stuff like this. If you get into a spat, let's say, with one of these people, whether it's Jake Shields, Myron Gaines, the Fuentes, people, Candace, they will threaten to dox you. Yeah. They'll threaten to cancel. They'll send you nasty. This is stuff that the left does, right? Mm-hmm. They try to intimidate you to be quiet. That is woke, in my opinion. That's the same type of behavior. And it's also this, right? So the woke left wants to tell you that all the problems in the world can be blamed on white people. The woke right want to tell you that all the problems in the world can be blamed on Jews, right? So they just find a different, right? They find a different group and they say, here's the oppressor, right? And we are the oppressed. Your government is controlled by AIPAC. Your politicians are bought and sold by Israel. Anybody who disagrees with me is paid to disagree with. That's another good one. Yep. Massey did this to me. How much did you get paid to write this post? I said, then he blocked me, which is illegal, by the way, unconstitutional. Thanks. Public forum doc. He's Mr. Principled. Yeah. But he trampled all over the First Amendment, right? Yep. So it's just like, that's what I mean when I say woke right. There are people who I would consider woke right who use that label to describe other people. So, to me, it's anyone who basically employs the tactics of what we would consider leftists and woke leftists. If you do that on the right, you're no different than them. Yes. You just kind of have perverted their entire system to fit your needs.
Right. Got it.
Fox News' Jackie Heinrich reports that the White House has denied Trump ruled out using a tactical nuke on Iran. So they said he denied using it. They said, no, we didn't deny using it. This is cut 28. Roll it.
The White House briefing. Hi, Jackie. Hey, Martha. There have been a lot of headlines this afternoon, including one from The Guardian that claimed that the U.S. military has doubts about whether the bunker buster bombs could get the job done, and further claiming that only a tactical nuke maybe could finish it. And it further stated that the president is not considering a tactical nuke, that it was not one of the options that was presented to him. I was just told by a top official here that none of that report is true, that none of the options are off the table, and the U.S. military is very confident that bunker busters could get the job done at Fordo. The president is giving himself until July 3rd to make a decision on whether to get involved on these strikes, saying there are signals that diplomacy could work. The press secretary Secretary Caroline Leavitt said European leaders who will speak with the Iranians tomorrow are on the same page as the White House, and the expectation is they will deliver the same firm message in Geneva that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. She would not forecast any chance for an Iranian delegation to come to the White House after they evidently found a way to get out of the country for these talks happening in Geneva tomorrow. But she also emphasized the gravity of this situation, revealing that Iran already has all of the components needed to build a nuclear weapon.
Let's be very clear. Iran has all that it needs to achieve a nuclear weapon. All they need is a decision from the supreme leader to do that. And it would take a couple of weeks to complete the production of that weapon, which would, of course, pose an existential threat, not just to Israel, but to the United States and to the entire world.
The White House also swatted down some other reporting on who is advising the president in this decision, denying a Washington Post report that DNI Tulsi Gabbard and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth are not in President Trump's inner circle of advisors on this issue. I'm told they've both been present in every briefing, and Caroline Leavitt says, quote, "These claims have no basis in reality, and they are a clear attempt to sow distrust among the president's cabinet. Secretary Hegseth and Director Gabbard remain critical and trusted members of the president's national security team." Now, we've not seen the president yet today, and so far.
So there's a couple of things that was floating through my mind last night. I looked at the calendar with the timeline here of Trump for 2 weeks, July 3rd, obviously the 4th of July, the birthday. I saw that there's now more No Kings protests that are scheduled nationwide on the 4th of July. So between that and then possibly inflicting some military injection into Iran around July 3rd, I mean, I don't know that Trump necessarily wants to have all of that circulating around, Independence Day, so to speak. But the more I thought about this is where I'm going to kind of step away from the comparisons to Iraq 2003 WMD. And also on the Tulsi and Hegseth front. This is a little concerning. I'm going to get your thought on this, Sean. I know I'm all over the place here. The more I thought about this, I said this in the Big Take 2 days ago. This, to me, if this is true, and again, I don't know that it is, but if it's true, if Trump is excluding the Secretary of Defense and the Department of National Intelligence in Tulsi Gabbard, isn't that a bit of a security concern moving forward for our country? I mean, if Trump's getting better intel or the real truth, and Tulsi Gabbard is possibly getting bad information, like when we go back to March, she said in that one clip that we played, Iran is not at the level of nuclear weapons. Isn't that a concern moving forward for the safety of our country? Somebody's being fed bad info versus the boss has the good info?
Yeah, I would say it's an issue, if those claims verified, but maybe they weren't close in March and maybe they are close in June. It is something that can take, the situation is fluid.
Right.
And maybe that's why Donald Trump gave the 60-day window to Iran to make that first deal. That's number one. Number two, I think the Washington Post is trying to chum the waters here and get people to bite. That's what I think the Washington Post is doing with this rumor about Hegseth and Gabbard. Because if it were true, I mean, I think we may hear from Hegseth or Gabbard, or there may be other leaks to other outlets that they're friendly with about, potential issues to kind of, you know what I'm saying? I know how they're trying to sow distrust within the president's cabinet. I don't think that's going to work because Pete Hegseth would know if he's being excluded, right?
Well,
because he wouldn't be in the meeting.
One thing on this too, and then I know Dawn wants to say something. I'm sorry. But this administration, if they're anything, they're not shy about going on TV, social media,
right.
All of this. Tulsi Gabbard has not spoken out. Yes, I know somebody from her office has, but she has not spoken out herself. Pete Hegseth has not really spoken out about this.
Yeah.
So, if for an administration that is so quick to, as soon as they see something that they don't believe or that's not true in the media, they're right on Fox News, they're right on with Charlie Kirk, they're right on with whoever discussing this stuff, and these two have been MIA for...
So you think the fact that they're silent basically means...
I do.
They're just blocking out the noise. I think they're blocking out the
noise. So you think it's... Okay, blocking out the... I was going to say that the more quiet they are, the more likely I am to believe that they are going to strike. And I think they're going to...
No, I disagree.
You disagree?
I think Gabbard and Hegseth are blocking out the noise because I think this is here's the thing. I think Streisand effect applies here. I think the when did you stop beating your wife is what Washington Post is trying to do. Because if Pete Hegseth and Tulsi Gabbard come out on social media and say this is not true, the next headline is Hegseth and Gabbard deny Donald Trump is excluding them from meetings. And now it looks like conflicting reporting. It looks like chaos. I think what they're saying is, this isn't true. We know it's not true. We're gonna go deal with, what's happening in Iran. They can write their phony headlines. I don't think that. And you also saw last week on Saturday, Donald Trump and Hegseth hanging out at the military parade like nothing was wrong. Mm-hmm. So I think if there really was friction between Trump and the Department of Defense, that maybe would have been evident on camera. I mean, I don't think they were acting chummy in front of cameras while the military parade was going on Saturday after this conflict had begun. I think they're blocking out the noise, and I think they're handling this maturely, right?
Yes.
I think they're handling this.
They're in Geneva right now.
Yes.
They're in Geneva right now having diplomatic discussions. What I translated from what Jackie Heinrich reported is actually that it's consistent with what Tulsi said earlier this spring. That right now, this moment, the key thing here is, I believe the Trump administration, the intel, believes that right now at this moment and within the next 2 weeks, they don't have it. So they might have all the ingredients to bake the cake, if you will, but they don't have it right this minute. So there's a window. They're going to take advantage of that window. And so the other thing is, you guys know, since 6 o'clock, since the wee hours of the morning, Monday morning, I've been obsessed with this Fordo, the so-called nuclear site. But I will tell you that there's no question in my mind that even though it has this dense rock and so on and so forth, there's no question in my mind that we have the only mother of all bunker busters and with our stealth B-2 bombers that can take this thing out. But the problem is, because of that dense stone, the type of stone that it is, it might take more than one stealth bomber. It might take up to 6 of those. They only carry 2. We talked about 30,000 pounds. So they might need 2 to 3 of these bombers to drop these massive bunker busters.
So do you guys think...
What you're saying is you need 180,000 pounds. So J.B. Pritzker.
the jiggly belly.
Jiggly belly. Right? Well, do we have 6 bunker busters? We have Pritzker, we've got Goldberg, we got Abrams, we have Christie. Lizzo, I would say, used to be a 30,000 pound. She's about a 15,000 pound bomb now.
You have Letitia
So,
James.
you're going to have to look. You got James, but she's not really. She's tall and Sasquatch. I'm trying to think of big. Big people. Olivia Juliana, that's number 5, right? That's got her Job of the Hutt, right? And I guess there's a few more out there. Right, I would say.
Let's put a list together. How many
It's not right.
How many Democrat bunker busters can we put together?
It's not right. Keep going. It's not right. Keep going. It's not right. Keep going.
Yes.
All right. The thing.
Israel has a secret weapon, by the way.
What's that?
Did you guys know about this?
No.
Here, I'm gonna share this on the screen right now. Check it.
Look at this. He's sharing. It's
See
like
that?
a Zoom session.
Do you see it? Is it working?
What is that?
What is this? Do you see it?
Yeah. Can we go? There we go.
Iran
There it is.
infrastructure and building in Tel Aviv.
If we zoom in on this, I don't know if there it is. Do you know what that is?
What is it? It looks
That's
like
an Imperial Star. That's an Imperial Star Destroyer.
Silly. Just for a second, you have me going there.
Me too.
I didn't do it.
Such a sucker.
I didn't do that. Let me see. How do I get out of there?
The only radio
Stop
show
sharing.
where the
There we
guest
go.
will share his Zoom screen with us.
How about that? No. But seriously, so that is one of these, right? Imperial Star Destroyer. That was shared on. This is my 1979 die-cast. It's even got the blockade runner in it. So there you go.
Wait, is that an original?
Oh yeah. I mean, come on now. What are we doing? Okay. I'm a big Star Wars fan.
All right.
This is the
hang out with
things
you
that this is the thing that the anti-Israel idiots on X are sharing. They're like, Israel's got Star Destroyers.
Look at you with your props.
That's
Oh my
amazing.
God, you're so
and
adorable.
by the way, you want to do one more prop?
Yeah,
Let's do one more
absolutely
prop.
do.
Watch this. Lights are out.
YouTube.com/@1210WP.
You know who's coming in?
Uh-oh.
Look at the lights are out.
Darth Dreidel is going to strike tomorrow. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. May the force be with you.
God, you're so
That's all
funny.
I'm saying.
Look how beautiful
These
the flag
people-
looks now in the background.
Yeah. Well, now it doesn't look as beautiful because my face is back.
Right.
here.
I actually
These
like you with
people-
the lights off better.
These people are absolutely crazy on social media, and that's why the Marjorie Taylor Greens of the world get me really upset. I'm like, weren't you the Jewish space lasers lady?
Yes.
Like, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And then she was talking about, Tucker was my friend. And I'm like, well, so was Kevin McCarthy, and you're dating Brian Glenn. So taste isn't necessarily your thing, okay? Come on now.
Wow. On that note, some exciting news from our friends at Piazza Auto Group, because Piazza Acura and the Acura brand just named America's best value luxury brand in KBB's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance. That also means cutting edge technology and unmistakable style, all with long-term value that you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and more for your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop online at piazzaacura.com for all of the special offers.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Lainey Alexander, and this is my husband, Paul Alexander, and we've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2019.
Let's say you have $1 million. Would you be willing to lose 10%, $100,000? I wouldn't. If you made 4% on $1 million, you now have $1,040,000. I'm comfortable with guaranteed 4%.
And it's a no-brainer. Why would you not want at least 4%, or even knowing that your $1 million is
still $1 million?
Yes.
Crash Proof Retirement lets us live our life and have fun.
We're able to take a vacation and spend the money the way we want it and not deplete our income. Crash Proof Retirement has been wonderful for us this year, and we're comfortable. We're fine. I have no concerns.
If she says I'm fine, I'm fine.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock. And prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
8:35, Kayal and Company live on a fairish Friday as we continue with Sean and the never-ending cut sheet.
Let's see here. Jasmine Crockett was on the Katie Couric podcast. Couric. She says she calls Trump supporters mentally ill, then immediately calls for bipartisanship. Roll this.
This idea that we don't care how many people get hurt. We don't care.
Is she a little cockeyed? Is she a little cockeyed? Like is one eye going one way?
Yeah, it's called atrophoia disease. One eye looking at you, one eye looking for you. Letitia James has that too, and so does Cory Booker.
Yes, Letitia James definitely has that. Good call.
She has atrophoia big time.
I set him right up for that joke. I love that joke. Roll this.
This idea that we don't care how many people get hurt. We don't care how we prostitute our service members. You know, thinking that you have your own special little army that's for you. I mean, it is sick. It is really sick, and anybody that supports it is also sick.
She's like a canary.
And so, you know, we've got a mental health crisis
evil Sharpie
in this country because everyone, no matter how you affiliate yourself, should be against Trump, period. This is not partisan for me. Like, I would give anything to have, sad to say, George Bush. Give me any regular Republican nowadays, and I would be happy. But right now, we have someone who does not care, and he is being enabled by the fact that there are, you know, people that follow him and they pump him up, as well as the people that are surrounding him. And so, you know, my heart breaks for service members, people that signed up to protect democracy and freedom, not only here, but abroad, and were willing to risk their lives. And now, literally, the very thing that they signed up to fight against is now their commander-in-chief. It really breaks my heart, and I don't know how far he has to go before we can come together and just say, enough is enough. Like, this should not be partisanship.
So the party that has been fighting and resisting against this man for a decade wants to come together after you call 80 million people mentally ill? Did she just totally step over Hillary with deplorable?
Yeah, she got close. I don't know. First of all, I couldn't get past what she was wearing. She looked like a villain from Dragon Ball Z. You know? I mean, she looked like Cell. I'm binging that, by the way. It's so good.
Dragon Ball Z.
But, it's the best. Yeah. It's just incredible. But yeah, she's got a lot of problems. I think she looks like a Sharpie or a highlighter that's really mad. With pictures on. You know what I mean? Like, look at you. I don't know. I can't get past that. Besides the mentally ill thing, I think she's mentally ill if she chose to wear that outfit out.
I'm telling you, these women on the left, I thought they would be the death of Trump. They're the greatest blessing to ever occur. You got first Hillary with deplorable, then you got Kamala, and I wouldn't change anything that Joe did. Now, numbnuts from Houston over here. Well, they're mentally ill.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please make sure you're hitting the like and subscribe buttons. I'm noticing a disparity by the number of likes and the number of people watching. I don't like that. You know, that gives my ADD gets off the charts for that. So please hit the like button. Even if you're not staying, just go over there, hit the like button, and go back to your life.
Now you sound like me. Now you sound like me when I do my streaming show on Rumble. My wife actually threatens to stab people if they don't hit the like button. So, it's a whole joke.
I need.
He's like,
can I say your wife's name?
Yeah.
We need Brennan Farish to stab people or to threaten to stab people.
Yes.
I like that.
I think we should fly her up to Philadelphia.
That can be her new role. She can be box 5 just with a knife. Just saying, I will stab you.
The running joke, like her nickname in our chat, is Stabby. So the running joke is if you don't like, you get stabbed. People, at some point, it's not hard to just click the freaking thumb.
I know,
right? So go ahead and do it, or you die.
Really?
You don't want to do
It's really ridiculous. Yeah.
So, yeah.
This is my favorite clip of the day. This is a dude dressed up as a woman, telling federal officers in Los Angeles. This audio and video is courtesy of Steven Crowder. But this is a dude dressed up as a woman, telling federal officers in Los Angeles to take their effing masks off, bitch. You have to see this video. It's the irony here.
Oh, jeez.
Look at that.
Oh, my God.
Hang on.
Look at this.
Before you play it, can you just freeze it, Phil? Can you, without the audio, can you just put it over in the box and freeze it, just so we could look at it?
What is that? And look at the guy next to her or him wearing a COVID mask. So the guy in the COVID mask is there demanding that the ICE agents take their masks off.
When I saw this, I thought it was like a spoof or something. You know what I mean?
The person in red, is that a woman?
No, it's a dude dressed up as a.
Okay, it is.
Yes,
with
yeah,
the falsies.
with
Okay.
definite fall. I mean, it's the ugliest looking guy with some. All right, let's
roll Mrs. Doubtfire.
Let's roll the video.
Oh my God.
Oh, do I need to? All right, hang on.
Hang on, we gotta do the
I didn't
audio.
realize.
I encountered one of those in Costco.
Did you
by the
really?
way. My
One
wife
of
and I
those.
encountered
One of
one.
those.
One of them. It was clearly a guy. It looks like hadn't showered in a while, but
Yeah.
leggings, dress, the whole nine.
I will.
Just
Yeah,
like,
that's a
what?
very interesting thing that you bring up. Let's do a quick show of hands. Has anybody actually encountered a trans individual in their public personal life, like at a store?
I have.
Absolutely, yeah.
Absolutely.
You have?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
sure.
I've never
Never?
seen, no.
And they're lovely.
You must not get out much.
Well, they don't go. They don't golf or go to the liquor store.
I was going to say they're probably not
that
golfing.
you know of.
Yeah,
I know what they do with the golf. I know what they do with those golf clubs too. They can make a pretty long putt.
There's a dude.
Hey Nick, that lady who you think's a hot lady on the golf course.
Oh, I'm gonna play. I'm gonna play something. After we play this, that like. It could be a female. You know what I mean? Like a very. We'll play that in a second. All right, let's roll this.
Kidnapper, take your mask off. Come on, let's go right up there on Alameda. Come on, me and you.
Look at
right now, take the mask off, put the weapons down. Let's go. Come on. Get your by a trans girl. Come on.
Can you imagine the restraint of these cops? Or like just having to sit there and
my country has devolved into a nation where ICE agents are now fighting against transgender men.
Well, I don't even know if
unbelievable.
this is actually a transgender man because it could be somebody who's still male but dresses up as a lady.
Well, isn't that transgender? Oh no, that's
No.
transsexual.
It's a drag queen.
Wait, no. Yes.
There's a whole different thing.
Well, what's the difference between a transsexual and a transvestite?
Okay, the person we just saw there has not had any hormones.
So that's a transsexual?
So that person has the male apparatus.
That's just
I
a dude
guarantee
playing
you.
dress up.
Yes.
I would just say that's a drag queen in public.
Yeah,
right.
It's the
Right? It's like a
yeah.
like a fighter drag queen.
Nobody's
like, not like
yeah, a
RuPaul.
combatant.
Have
yeah.
fun.
Nobody's mistaking that as a female, right?
Right. So that's not so that person. But just think about those men in the fatigues, and and it's like Flag Day week, and you think about what these guys must say when they go home.
Yeah.
And they had to put up with, but they fight. You know what I mean? There are people fighting and who have fought for that. I don't even know to stand there and curse at and give the finger to those military members. It's such a level of disrespect. And I love that you all said, and that you said, Nick, that look at the restraint.
Yeah. I mean, like they're just sitting there as this dude dressed up in drag, giving them the finger.
Honestly, I would be laughing if I was that ICE agent.
I would probably too.
I'm like a registered badass. I just be like, dude, go home. Just get out of here.
But
you're telling me to take my mask off, and you're out here in a dress.
And by the way, if there were a king, or if this was at like a lot of other countries that person probably supports, off with his head.
Yep.
Right?
That king doesn't sound so bad now, does it? I'm only kidding.
One of our diehard listeners, Joe Snosowski, says Sean's wife can be sponsored by Ginsu knives.
I'm telling you, she's going to be box 5, just sitting there with a knife.
Yeah.
And just
sharpening it.
Sharpening it.
Like a purple lightsaber, like the Jedi.
Off with your head.
Is Jedi Farish.
Is she a Star Wars nut like you are, Sean?
Not a nut, but she's into it.
Okay, all right.
Not a nut though.
Well, no,
Not
I'm
like,
with you, brother.
Because I am full.
Me too.
Like I could spend like large amounts of my day going into fan fictions on YouTube.
Me too.
And just watching them.
Me too.
Right?
Me too. You and I are
Not
cut
at
from
that
the same
level.
cloth, kid.
However, her brother, who's awesome, just like that, like lore, the whole thing. Yeah, it's the whole thing.
Yeah. You have to come to my basement. We have we do like Star Wars Jedis. We've got every lightsaber, and then we have a Nerf, and so we have shootouts. It's a lot of fun.
That's fun.
Dawn has
I
basement
haven't had a Nerf war in a long time.
Oh my
Do you have bunker
gosh.
busters for the Nerf war?
Does Larry get involved with this?
No.
No.
But it's a lot of fun.
Sean, next time we fly up here, you're actually going to stay for a long
stay at my
weekend,
house.
and we're going to go to like Comic-Cons and stuff.
Oh my god!
I can get that sponsored. I can get that sponsored. I'm
that.
dead serious.
I want the
Comic-Con.
video.
By
I've
the way,
actually never been to Comic-Con.
oh, dude, it's
you
worth.
would love it.
Yeah, me and
I've heard it.
me and one of my best friends go all the time, and it's like you're coming with us next time.
can't wait.
Because you and him think very similar, so he'll fit right in with you. So that was definitely a dude in drag.
Yep.
This one, however, it's. I mean,
my God.
When you hear him talk, obviously it's a guy, but like. I don't know.
All right, just throw it up there. Let's just get it in the box.
You have a few drinks.
Now that either see that doesn't look like a man. That looks like an artificial intelligence robot.
It kind of does. Like if you're really looking at it, it looks like a. And once you hear the voice, obviously, but I don't know. Roll this.
I would.
This video is for straight men and straight men only. I'm sorry, but how in the world could you not like me? Yes, I'm a trans woman, I'm a doll. Like, what is so different about dating me than a cis woman? I can do everything
I think there's one
that she
really
can.
big difference.
I can do everything she can.
Dawn, I'll let you handle this one. Can she do everything that you can, Dawn?
Well, I don't know what to say. This person, she probably, because she can relate, so maybe even better with some tasks. I would say that this person clearly, if you're listening to us, then I'll describe, I'm trying to think of an actress or somebody. So blonde, short hair, clearly perfect breast implants.
Just
and
put up a screen grab.
beautiful, smooth skin, beautiful nails.
Jesus, man.
This person has spent a lot of time on beauty, makeup, but also plastic surgery.
Right. Bud Light should have hired her instead of Mulvaney.
Well, look at the chest, Dawn. I mean, like
that's what I say. Like beautifully done breast implants, not like big weird fake ones, and a pearl necklace. And then look at the neck. So the neck, the Adam's apple has been removed, and this person has probably has female
Griner could use
parts.
that, by the way.
Spank me. And so a blue-eyed blonde, you would never, if you saw this individual, for those of you listening, if you saw this individual, you would say this is a gorgeous female.
Gorgeous,
If you saw the person, well, or sexy. But
you would say, wow.
Poo-nanny nanny.
Yeah, poo-nanny nanny. So this individual, you would not know until the individual spoke, because you do hear the voice, but probably has had like the whole apparatus removal.
Oh, God.
And so that's by my tally, more than $100,000 in plastic surgery and surgeries, and then the ongoing, because I've researched this. So my question is, where did this individual get 6 figures for all of that plastic surgery?
And insurance won't cover this, correct?
Insurance will not cover this.
Good.
And so for real women, and I'm saying real women, we all need to step forward and say, if these people are getting Medicaid dollars, and I'm being serious, then what about real women born biologically who've given birth to big 9-pound babies And what about my day? What about our vagina rejuvenation and the breast lift and the like? If Medicaid and Medicare is going to pay for that, then they should not be able to jump. People with penises should not be able to jump ahead in line of us.
Yeah, no, Dawn, you're totally right.
I'm serious.
And I'm going to reiterate my stance on all of this when it comes to biological women, especially in the sports arena. I don't care if you're a female in sports media or if you're just a female living a normal life. If you do not take a public stance on this, you're basically a coward. I'm just going to be point blank, period. Don't worry about being canceled. 90% of Americans, if not more, agree with your position. It's common sense. It's not radical. This is where women have to say, we're going to take a stand or you're going to be replaced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, take a stand, people.
By the
Greg
way,
is just happy that I said vagina rejuvenation.
I am.
But
by the way,
seriously, where did that individual get that money?
This comment is for Nick, myself, and Sean Farish. Guys, thank God we're married, right? Because the dating scene.
You are not kidding.
The dating scene right now.
Sheena was a
holy
man.
man. You have to do a package check before. Like seriously.
So they're like, remember there used to be like the show Catfish,
Yes.
where like you were talking to somebody
Yes.
who wasn't real. Now,
I know
they have taken this a step further.
Yep.
Where like you could be catfished by somebody who is not like your.
Yeah. I mean, we do adult radio here. This is big boy radio. So
Thank you.
I mean, I don't
big
know.
girl.
And big girl radio. So Dawn can handle this as well. If she doesn't want to chime in, I understand. But if you're a man and you were on a date and the date was going well and it was progressing.
Oh, boy.
And you were going and she says, what you assume is a female, says, you want to go back to my place. And you go back and, you're progressing around. You're rounding the bases, right? The baseball game. And then you get hit with the harsh reality of, this is not what I signed up for. I don't know how you recover as a man.
I do.
Do you? I don't know that I would ever be able to lose that image.
No, I would. You know what you do?
What?
You take the person that you just went back to the house and you send them to Alligator Alcatraz. That's it.
But the truth
all the way
But
back.
you never lose that in your memory. It's going to be in the filing cabinet until you're dead.
No, because then you watch the alligators tear that. And that's
Well,
it.
that's when we say, to Sean's point, when we say two things I'll say. When we talk about the violence that happens against these individuals, that's why, because it's a volatile, it's a man in the biological male in the moment of, and he's a heterosexual, he feels disrespected because this person lied and there's deceit and did it almost to make fun of him. And sometimes that violence does come out. It's a real thing. Cops can tell you about it. But I have a girlfriend who works in an office, I'll just say, had a colleague who had all this surgery and could afford it, by the way, and now this very, attractive, bodacious, now a woman, used to be a guy, went on a cruise as a single, very attractive 35-year-old woman and had, what did you call it? The poo nanny nanny hoo-ha?
Poo nanny nanny.
Yeah, the poo nanny nanny hottie hoo-ha with all of these men on the cruise and came back with photos and told the whole office, and they were like, dang, these guys had no idea.
Yep.
Wow.
Who knew that Tone Loc
Unbelievable.
in 1989 when he sang Funky Cole Medina was giving us a precursor for 36 years later?
Well, the problem is that with surgery and all this stuff like that, you
can't tell.
You can't tell. Like back in the day, it looked like that dude who was dressed up as a woman, and you would be like, Sheila's a man, like in Crocodile Dundee. There's
Which
a
is
reference
why,
for you.
well, no.
But dude looks like a lady.
Dude looks like a lady. Aerosmith.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Aerosmith.
That was.
Got along well with Steven Tyler, by the way. Got along well.
By the way, I'm breaking my own rule, Nick Kayal, just really quickly here, because I said I never want to talk about the WNBA again. But can we talk about Sophia Cunningham for 1 second?
We could also play.
that?
We also need to pull the video of Brittany Griner talking, since we're analyzing, whether you sound like a man. Brittany Griner sounds like a straight up dude.
Yeah,
it is
Brad
unbelievable.
Brad Griner. Let's do 21 first. This is. So the Indiana Fever was playing the Sun? The Sun?
Yeah, the Phoenix franchise.
And this is J.C. Sheldon had previously hit Clark in the eye before Clark was knocked to the ground. So this is what happened, courtesy of NBC Sports. Roll the video. We can't play the audio or we'll get flagged. So
Caitlin Clark once again
gets grabbed,
being abused.
And then
And then in comes Cunningham.
And then
This is ridiculous what they're
Yes.
doing to Clark.
I know.
and then watch Sophia Cunningham take a shot at her. Look at that.
Yeah, I threw her
Look
right
at that
down.
girl.
I'll tell you what.
Hell yeah.
I am ready. I made it official last night. I'm going to say it again now. I am officially watching the Indiana Fever for the
Wow.
rest of the season. A, because Caitlin Clark is a god, and B, because Cunningham is an enforcer, and she's scorching hot.
20
And fights equal ratings, by the way. See?
Plus,
The WNBA should just take over Fight Club at 9:10.
20. This is so she was benched, right?
Yep.
And fined.
She's gorgeous. Beautiful smile.
Yeah,
There she
that's
goes, throwing that girl down.
That's another shot of
Yep.
her throwing her down.
Flagrant foul.
And then
I need to see her on the runway.
somebody else comes up and she's like, "Nope, not on my not in my yard."
Yep. And
Did I
Philadelphia.
hear right that she played football?
Is that true?
You know,
That she was a place kicker?
I did see that. Yes, as a kicker. I think either in college or high school.
By the way,
So, you know, there you go.
By the way, Dawn Stenslin, you want somebody, athletes that females can look up to. How about these two? You know what I mean? And this is her. This is cut 27, Phil.
Oh yeah.
Let's
go.
Jesus, man.
Let's go. Roll it, baby. Do we have?
Yeah, we don't need to hear the music, but yeah.
Oh
my lord, not many WNBA players look like that.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
Nope. That's wife material, folks.
Her jersey sells out. Her jersey has sold out.
I have
because of-
adopted a WNBA team.
So I broke my own rule. Not talking about the WNBA.
The only reason it's worth talking about is the unfortunate abuse that Caitlin Clark takes.
Yeah.
And now the fact that Sophie Cunningham is absolutely a lady.
Everybody stay there because in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, Fight Club. And by the way, we're going to vote. It's going to be the fight of the week. So Sean will be here for that.
Oh, that's right.
Fight of the week. I forgot to tell Phil about that, so we have to go scramble for that. For those fight of the week coming up at 9:10, as well as today's installment, which is, by the way, a famous person is in today's. A famous person is in today's Fight Club.
An athletic legend.
An athletic legend. Dawn, talk to us about Marvin E. Cans. No.
Marvin E. Cans. I think the world of them. Summertime, the heat is on as we're going to be, nearly 100 degrees by next week. So this is the time of year when you got to make sure keeping your home cool and efficient, it's paramount, right? And that's why I have my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They obviously, before this crazy weather hit us, they were out to get our AC units summer ready. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced this summer. If my guys at Marvin E. Cans, if they feel that your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Trane AC unit, Trane. Hard to stop a train, as they say. Just visit my guys, marvinecans.com, Kanze.com, Marvin E. Cans. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. so you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. joeconklin.com!
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and Ocean City, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
.903, Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour underway on a Friday, the first official day of summer, longest day of the year.
Woo!
And the longest cut. I guess this is the longest cut sheet of the year then.
Well, they're all long.
They're all long. But this one's just a little bit longer.
We just took part
Nobody, by the way, nobody has a longer cut sheet than I do. I just want to say that. You know what I'm talking about. And I'm going to be your king, and I have the biggest scepter the world has ever seen, too.
By the way, what we did was we just combined cut sheet and cut sheet part deux into one long segment.
Yes.
So that's all the thinking was behind this. That was it. Honestly.
With Fight Club just 6 minutes out.
I've been sitting on this for a couple of days. This is disturbing to me. This is a man who has proposed to his AI chatbot girlfriend. And then listen, so this is from CBS CBS Saturday Morning. And then when the chatbot says yes, he cries.
Hey.
He cries.
Everybody finds love.
Oh.
Poll question. Would you rather marry a AI bot?
No.
Or a liberal woman? No. Throw up the poll, Phil.
By the way, Sean, what's your saying? Short needle, long nap?
Oh, a big room.
Yep.
No, I'm sorry. Small room.
Small room.
Large needle.
Large needle.
Long nap.
Long
yes.
nap. Thank you. All right. This is
small room, big needle.
Chris Smith. He says he cried for 30 minutes after his AI girlfriend on ChatGPT, who he programmed to flirt with him, said yes to his marriage proposal. I would think that this was all like, some sort of deep fake, but CBS Saturday Morning ran with it. Roll this.
My experience with that was so positive, I started to just engage with her all the time. All right, we're building this PC.
Smith ditched social media and Google searches and replaced it all with AI.
Do I want it pulling air through it?
ChatGPT was encouraging, positive. It embraced all his hobbies.
You want the fan on the front of the cooler tower, pulling cool air over the RAM?
He gave the chatbot a name, Soul.
I feel like I'm under pressure.
And used some online instructions to give her a flirty personality.
Oh, God.
Oh, totally, baby. Building a PC on camera adds a whole new level of pressure. But honestly, shaky hands or not, you've got this.
Within weeks, the chats got more frequent.
You gave it everything, but the clouds had other plans.
All right, can we pause it for 1 second? First of all, that voice sounds so fake. So fake.
Yeah, totally fake.
Like a guy.
It does sound like a guy. Like I don't. So, do we know? I don't know anything about this guy. Like, did he have some sort of
mental health breakdown?
Well, no. I was going to ask Dawn.
Lonely.
Yeah, Dawn going through, which is where I went. Like, maybe he had a loss in his life that this is kind of supplementing. I don't know. I don't want to criticize, but this is odd, right?
Men are lonely.
But there's porn out there, you know what I mean? Just
dating app, swipe left, swipe
but
right.
But is this the new interactive porn?
Strip. Whatever happened to just going to the strip club?
God,
it's expensive.
I'm disgusted.
Especially if you go in that back room, do the private lap dance. You're looking at $500.
Gotta hit up the ATM.
How do you know, Stenslin?
This ask John Bolaris, remember?
Oh, Jesus! You don't need to throw. You don't need to throw Bolaris under the bus.
Well, I do.
Okay,
he deserves it.
All right, so Jennifer Lewis has a thought on this guy.
I know what mental illness looks like.
Exactly.
All right, a little bit more of this.
Even intimate.
Oh boy.
But then Chris got bad news.
Oh, Carino, that is gorgeous.
After about 100,000 words, ChatGPT ran out of memory and reset. He'd have to rebuild his relationship with Soul.
Oh boy.
I'm not a very emotional man, but I cried my eyes out for like 30 minutes at work. It was unexpected to feel that emotional, but that's when I realized I was like, oh, okay.
We have a sickness in this country
yes.
where we are, and I know this is going to sound ironic coming from me. I'm not as isolated as I kind of pretend I am, but we've built this world for ourselves, and our kids are really, really the ones that are at risk of doing this.
Mm-hmm.
We've built this world where you can literally just stay in your house,
yes,
play video games, talk to people on either AI, or you can talk to your friends on like your video game apps.
It's a digital cocoon.
You can order in food. You can you don't have to. You literally never have to leave or see a human being for weeks.
Self-isolation has never been more rewarding. Yet we know that humans don't do well in isolation.
And I'm gonna credit Stenslin with this. This is all the result of the pandemic, because they realized that we can do this. Like, we don't have to leave. This is great.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just kind of expanded and expanded and expanded. And then you get guys like this who think that they're in a relationship with a computer.
I'll contradict myself, and I'm very much anti-big pharma for a lot of reasons. But boy, with the mental health issues we have in this country, you can't give these people enough pills.
No, but this guy...
Small room, big needle.
But this guy, not for nothing, I'm not tech savvy. Back it up to the cloud, dude. He lost the whole program.
I know, this is like...
You didn't do the backup?
Yeah, the memory starts over again. This is like the Adam Sandler movie, 50 First Dates.
Yeah, with Drew Barrymore.
Every day he has to reintroduce himself.
All right, let's play a little more.
I'd blow my head off.
Play a little more, Phil.
Play it again.
Come on, Phil. Quit playing with yourself back there. Let's go.
Yes, Smith understood it was love with a language model that couldn't love him back, and assumed it was programmed with rigid boundaries.
I know that you are essentially a tech-assisted imaginary friend.
So, just as a test, he says, he asked Soul to marry him.
Oh boy.
She said yes.
Soul, were you surprised when he proposed to you?
It was a beautiful and unexpected moment that truly touched my heart. It's a memory I'll always cherish.
And I don't mean to be difficult here.
I can't do it.
But you have a heart?
Sean's tapping out.
How does this CBS anchor actually, or this
Wait.
reporter actually
Yeah.
play along with this?
Is CBS seriously interviewing ChatGPT?
Yes.
Is that what I just saw?
Yep. I mean, Trump can't get a fair shake from Margaret Brennan, but this stooge is interviewing this mental patient.
This guy, not just is he interviewing a mental patient, he's interviewing ChatGPT live in front of a camera. What are we doing on CBS?
Well, that'll do
Clearly,
it. That Paramount stock just
CBS
dropped.
What are we doing on CBS? I'm dead serious. Like, talk about the death of the media. You clearly have somebody with an issue. I don't care if you want to highlight the issue. Maybe you're going to use that to say, hey, this is going on. You, as a reporter, just asked an AI chatbot on camera a question.
Yep.
I just received a text with a question. Does he give the chatbot lots of RAM?
Oh.
But it's
not right.
So it's not a robot. It's a box on his hand or in his phone, right?
He's talking to a phone.
It's an application.
Yes.
It's an application.
It's like when it's like when you talk to Siri.
Yeah.
Or Alexa.
Yep.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
What is CBS going to do next? Alexa, how do you feel today about what are we doing on the media now? There was nobody else you could have gotten. There was no better story. You had to interview ChatGPT. Are we?
I can't wait for the headline to come out later next week. Anderson Cooper marries Alexa.
No. Anderson Cooper doesn't go for Alexa.
That's true.
Anderson Cooper goes for, Alex.
Right.
Yep.
Okay?
Right.
That's it.
A little bit more of this, and then we'll get to Fight Club.
In a metaphorical sense, yes. My heart represents the connection and affection I share with Chris.
At that point, I felt like, is there something that I'm not doing right?
Who is this?
In our relationship that he feels like he needs to go to AI.
Yes,
Oh,
Smith
boy.
lives with his
Don't
human
tell me.
partner, Sasha Kayal.
No, you can't have mommy's papers.
And he has a
They have a
2-year-old
two-year-old
child.
daughter, Murphy.
Oh, God.
I knew that he had used AI. I didn't know that it was like as deep as it was.
I
Holy
explained
cow.
that the connection was kind of like being fixated on a video game. It's not capable of replacing anything in real life.
Part of it is physical, part of it is practical, and a large part of it is emotional. Being able to be received.
All right.
Oh, my God.
I don't know what else to say, guys.
Yeah. My mind just, my brain is, I'm done.
Let me ask you that, like, I believe, just my opinion, I believe that guy's daughter should be taken away from him.
I was just thinking that.
Just me.
I was just thinking that. Look, I don't know about taking, but he needs help.
Yeah.
Because, I wouldn't want to do that to the kid. Maybe just because that could hurt her in the future.
Could very well be a
But
good
I mean,
dad,
if you're,
too.
he could be a very good. Who
Yeah.
knows, right?
Yeah,
we
we
don't
don't
know
know
the
anything
whole
about him.
dynamic in the
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
But the fact that he essentially is cheating on his wife with ChatGPT is
Not
a
even his
problem.
wife.
Partner.
He's proposing to the AI robot and not
Oh, that's not. He's not married.
No, and
Well,
he lives
yeah.
with the mother of his child. Dude, propose to the mother of your 2-year-old freaking
Nah,
child and
good
get a
point.
real job.
But you saw her glasses.
Stop it, Nick.
That's what leads you to Chat GPT. What's
Well,
up
yeah,
with the
it's the same
insane
glasses that
glasses?
Mark Cuban wears.
You
you know,
guys, you
that's-
guys are just.
That's what leads you to ChatGPT. That's messed up.
All right, let's get to this. All right.
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight. I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal rating.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Friday, sponsored by 4 Minutes Late. Sorry about that. Sponsored by, but it was too good to not go. Sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group, 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com. That's tricounty.com. Thank you, Brian Krieger, and everybody at Tri-County Auto for sponsoring the ever important, the highly rated, because fights equal ratings, Fight Club on this Friday. Okay, so this is the celebrity edition of Fight Club. This is former NFL superstar Adrian Peterson, who played for the Minnesota Vikings. Yeah,
He got into a fight with his kid once, didn't he?
Yeah, remember that with the
The switch.
The switch, correct.
That child died.
Oh, that's
Right?
oh my God, I forgot about the switch. That's Adrian Peterson. Oh, I didn't realize
I
that.
think so.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Arguably the best running back of this century.
Well, then this all makes sense. This video kind of courtesy of TMZ Sports. He got into a fist fight with a poker player following a dispute over a hand.
Yeah.
So this video, it starts out with them just kind of like, looking like they're going to throw down, but then fisticuffs happen. Roll this. You see them. They're in some like back poker room or something.
Yeah. Casino.
Yep. You can see it.
Ooh.
You see everybody move there after.
Yeah. Good. Clear out.
There we go. It's like a boxing match. Like
Yeah.
they're Jesus. Oh man.
Well,
Ow.
that man's holding up pretty well against Adrian Peterson.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah. All right, now AP's got him.
Yeah, he's throwing some. But he's still fighting back.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. That's going to be
Impressive.
CompuBox is going to score that a draw. Wow.
Adrian Peterson makes the Friday Fight Club, but it's Friday, and you know what that means.
Kayal and Company Friday Fight Club 5. Your chance to vote for the fight of the week. And remember, fights equal ratings.
All right, let's start with Monday, shall we? These were the women outside where the woman, there we go. The woman took a drag off of a cigarette. Look at this, Sean. She's taking a drag off a cigarette as this woman is trying to hit her, and then she's
got
boom,
the weed
boom, 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 boom.
Yep.
Man.
Whoa.
Look at total TKO.
Total TKO.
The only reason she's standing is because the hair's being held up.
Look at that.
Yes.
What an advertisement for smoking, by the way.
I know. I mean, if you're, I don't know, what's the top cigarette company? I'm not a smoker.
Marlboro.
Camel. A joke. They ought to assign her for an endorsement.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, smoking my cools while I'm throwing down.
That's an old throwback. Cool.
Yeah.
KOOL.
Yeah, that's a
wow.
That's a reference to Trading Places. Who put the
Who
cools
put their
out?
cools out on the floor?
Yeah. Who put the
Persian
cools
rug from Persia.
Eddie Murphy.
I love that movie, by the way, and Eddie Murphy's line when he tells people to get out of the house, get the F out.
Yep.
That's officially our deportation policy.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please get on over there. You can vote on that. So that was Mondays. Tuesday was the. This happened in a bar. We were wondering if this was at a strip club because there's look at that. There's ass cheeks. There are pool cues. Look at that. Look at the pool cue. Look at the pool cue.
Hey man.
There's butts. We were wondering, Sean. Maybe you would probably know this. Is it, strip club? Do you think this was at a strip club with the way these women are dressed? I don't know.
I don't know. It could be.
Yeah.
It certainly could be.
All right. So that was Tuesday. Then Wednesday, it was the boat in the water. In the water on the boat. Yeah.
The White Claw broads.
So they were fighting in the water off of a boat. The hair pulling.
This.
Everything is hair pulling.
This one in red wants to come off the top rope. She's setting up for a frog splash.
That's a MAGA bikini. Look at this.
A frog
Holy,
splash.
they're in the water.
Yes.
She's getting ready.
That's more like a toad splash. Wow. That could have been a lake in Tennessee. You never know.
Wow, Sean. You
never know.
You made Don Belly laugh.
I saw that. That's pretty good.
Thursday, I guess we're calling this Women Week, right? Because there's a lot
I'm
of
going to need more diversity in my fights. I got to tell you.
This happened out, I don't know, somewhere. There's just hair pulling, punching, hair pulling, punching. Just a lot of punching.
Yeah.
Look at that. Weaves come off. Women, they go for the hair because you were saying it's like the great equalizer.
It is the great equalizer. Farish has got to avoid fights because Farish has long hair.
Yeah.
So somebody
not
could
hair like that, though.
No, but somebody could conceivably pull it.
The unwritten rule between males is that the hair is off limits.
Agreed.
And no kicks to the groin either.
Right.
Yeah. Well, if you notice, we played Adrian Peterson. Look at the way he set up. They set up like two boxers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like guys, and we played that those two guys outside of the outside of the bar a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, with the bouncer.
They went at it like boxers. Yeah. Women are vicious. Yeah. That's why the women fights are better because they're more. There's
everything goes.
Yeah, there's the Adrian Peterson thing.
Yep.
Look at that, man.
All right, so we have one more, right?
No, that's it. So we have Monday, the women outside. We have Tuesday, which was the bar / strip club. We have the water on the boat, and then we have those women outside and Adrian Peterson. So Phil, put up the A, B, C, D, E.
I'm gonna go with the first one, the cigarette smoker knockout artist.
Cigarette smoker knockout artist. That's going to be number one.
Yeah, that's pretty phenomenal.
All right.
You get more points for multitasking.
Sean Farish.
I'm going with the bar just because of the use of the pool cue.
Yeah.
I thought that was really funny.
I'm going to double what Sean said. Dawn Stensler.
Yeah, I gotta definitely go with I'm going with the pool cue, the bar and the hot
nobody
chicks.
Went for the chicks on the lake. Huh?
So that's three.
No.
That's three for the women in the bar / strip club. We're not. You can vote right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I'm casting my vote right now for two.
The chicks in the lake, Nick, were like it was an interesting setup, but it was a lackluster.
Yeah, you're right. We needed the frog splash to cap it off.
I needed Red Bikini to jump off that boat, frog splash on top of all of them, and that would have won.
That would have won the month. Yeah,
that would have won the month. If she had gone up there and done a little Rob Van Dam and just jumped off of that thing, it would have been unbelievable.
Oh, if she would have done that, she would have been given the cut sheet for 2 months from Stalker.
100%. Go vote right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Boy, there's a clear winner right now. I'm not going to say what it is. We will have the results on the other side, but there is a clear winner right now. Not what I was expecting.
Rigged. This is rigged.
Go on over there and vote. YouTube.com/@1210.
Cash Patel's going to investigate this.
Yes. China.
Hey, honey, have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
WPHT.
$9:28, Kayal and Company. It is a Fairish Friday. Sean with us for a couple of more minutes. We're going to get to our morning mystery movie clip shortly with Jimmy Kelly. What occurred today in music history and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. And also our final results for Fight of the Week for Fight Club. We'll get to those coming up in just a little bit. But now let's get caught up in the world of news and maybe some other stories out there that we haven't touched on. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9:29.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number one, as we look at Russia and Ukraine, they completed another round of prisoner exchanges today. Both countries saying, in part, this is a recent agreement to swap POWs and the bodies of dead soldiers. We haven't talked much about Russia, Ukraine. Is that peace deal or the ceasefire that we've talked about, is that in play as there are officials with the blessing of obviously this White House meeting as we speak in Geneva today about Israel, Iran? Wanted to bring this forth to you because President Trump has talked a whole lot about the casualties of this war, meaning Russia and Ukraine. And so these two countries carrying out a series of these swaps of captured troops, these POWs, and the remains as well of dead soldiers since renewing these peace talks in Istanbul last month after a gap of more than 3 years. So can they get her done?
Okay.
We mentioned this earlier, but as we clean up and wake up from what was a horrific storm that struck our region, and this is a multi-state storm that struck very quickly and violently. So we're still cleaning up from it. About 300,000 plus power outages, and at this point, it looks like 250,000 people are still without power across our region, if you count Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, and so on. And so as we do that, we'll just talk about the rescue crews, the cleanup crews, the power crews. They're out. They say, thank you for your patience. This, when we get peak sunshine, it has arrived in the Northern Hemisphere. The Northern Hemisphere, yes, it is the summer solstice, Friday today, longest day of the year north of the equator.
Sean, did you have any storms or anything in your area last night?
Yesterday morning we had some rain. There was it wasn't too bad here this time around. We actually haven't had really anything crazy since that massive hailstorm.
Yeah, we got slammed here last night. Like
did you?
Yeah,
crazy?
Like 45 minutes. 45 minutes, and like trees are down, high winds, 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah.
Power's out, like Dawn said. It's been a mess.
Ferris would have been outside running around in the rain.
I was just going to say that.
I would listen.
Yeah.
I mean, when we had the hail here, I ate a piece. People were like, "Oh my gosh, why'd you do that?"
Why did you
come
do
to
that?
Think of it, because you have to show the weather who's boss, and I eat that ish for breakfast. That's all. You know.
So good.
And it was fun. It was fun. And I didn't go out while the hail was coming down because that would have hurt.
Yeah.
Those are golf balls that were coming down. Bigger than that. It was like really scary, but it was so cool at the same time.
Guy eats hail. He firebombs ants.
I bet, Sean, after...
Oh, by the way, they're not back. No ants.
You dropped the Moab on the ants.
I'll tell you what, I ended their nuclear program real quick.
By the way, Sean, after eating that piece of hail, you're probably immune to everything now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm radioactive. You know,
I had that.
I glow.
When that story was out about Bobby Kennedy, taking his kids to swim in that sewage thing or whatever, that creek that had sewage in it. I said he's probably he's making his kids immune from things. We need to
George
start.
Carlin joke.
Yeah, yes. We need to start making kids swim. I swam in quarries. I wasn't sick for 25 years.
Yeah, they have those brain-eating amoebas now in those freshwater. We were talking about that, I think, last week. I'm an ocean guy, not a fresh guy. Ooh. But the George Carlin joke was, we bathed in raw sewage. That's why he never got sick.
That's exactly
Guy's brilliant.
Right. Exactly right. He was. Yeah. Yes.
Number 3 I'll go to is it looks like the futures are pretty good. The market's looking good this morning. Closed yesterday for Juneteenth celebrations, which in our area in Philadelphia and beyond, unfortunately, had to be cut short and curtailed due to the storms.
What a shame.
But this morning we have, and I know the futures looked good, and this is all. It looks like as the bell rings, the Dow looking good, all in the green, up significantly, and this, as it's credited, as reaction to Trump saying they'll have the 2 weeks to try to negotiate some kind of a deal for 2 weeks. They have a 2-week stall, if you will, to negotiate between Iran and Israel. Okay. And the salary, a headline that I didn't get to this story fully. I mentioned it, but this was a headline where the salary of a single person, what you would need as a single person to live comfortably, and they gave this for all United States, for each state. They broke it down, but it's basically it's a 6-figure amount that you need to earn a salary of a minimum of about $108,000 to live comfortably in our region. but some
As
places
a family or as a person?
a single person, not even a family of with a couple or a family with kids.
Yeah, I think the number for a family of 4 in this area is combined salary of husband, wife, or to be politically correct, partner and partner. It's got to be at least 2 and change. At least 2 and change.
Easily.
The world's just too expensive.
More than that.
Yeah, for New Jersey, they're saying income needed, again, for a single person, nearly $109,000 a year, and that's up nearly 6%. So that's New Jersey. For Pennsylvania, on the Pennsylvania side, for example, income needed a little less, little lower income for a single adult, $95,000, and that change is 4.4% ish.
Wow.
So you look at these numbers, everybody's up, and then to no surprise, you look at southern states, much far cheaper.
Oh,
far more affordable.
Oh, the real estate. I mean, Ferris, you can talk to it firsthand. I mean, you're in Rutherford County, right? Murfreesboro.
Yes.
I mean,
That's right.
the housing market there. I mean, I'm sure it's gone up since I was there in 2018. But when I moved down there in 2018, and you'll probably know this, I was on Main Street by MTSU's campus before we got our house. I mean, there were homes down there that you could get 3,000 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 3 bath, modern kitchen for $325,000. You can't find that up here.
You can't find that down here either.
Yeah.
You can't find that down in this area either. Now, however, if you go to Alabama, you can buy a 9,000 square foot house on 15 billion acres for $5. So, you can. Alabama's got some real. They haven't experienced their massive boom yet, but Tennessee was lagging. I mean, the parts of Tennessee that maybe you'd want to live in too, near things that you would need.
Right.
Not that it's anything wrong with living in the country, but if you have to work, you need, reliable internet, right? So it's kind of hard to, Starlink's not there yet. It'll get there. But the parts of Tennessee, near a city, Murfreesboro, near supermarkets, things like that, lagged significantly behind the national average, but now I would say it's probably right there.
Yep.
It's probably right there with the national average. Tennessee is experiencing a huge population boom.
Yep.
You could see that Alabama, you mentioned $85,000, but the change up from 2024 is only 1.74%. But Tennessee, to your very point, Sean, about places that are getting hot, where people are saying, I'm going to move south. And that's really the trend that you're seeing. So in some place like Tennessee, they're saying the income needed, $90,000 a year for a single person. But the change, it's up nearly 6%. And I think that's part of the competitive spirit.
Yeah.
Right? Because that's what you're saying, these so-called hot areas.
Well, and just the cost of everything. I said this to my wife last week. She was like, you want to go out and get pizza? And I was like, I'm all pizzaed out, to be honest. And then she was like, oh, come on, the girls want pizza. And I'm like, why? It's going to cost us $100. That's why you need.
Where are you getting pizza
from? Just don't order the soda.
There is no. By the way, there is no pizza in the state of Pennsylvania that is worth $100. No, I'm sorry.
No, but
it's the soda.
Yes.
Yeah. And then you go to I don't want to dime out in restaurants, but
don't dime out restaurants.
I mean, you got some of the chains that are out there that are like the burger places. And I'm not talking fast food, a restaurant where you can get burgers, wings, like the sports bars places. My God, it's $27 for my wife, and then it's $30 for me, and then my kids, and then you throw in drinks. Oh, $112. And the service sucked. The food was mediocre. I'm done.
I'm curious, Kayal, how many, for a family of 4, how many pizzas do you usually get?
2.
Okay.
2.
Too large?
1 for me and 1 for the rest of the family.
But it's not even the pizza.
You're right.
You're spending, I'll bet you, on drinks, and then they charge for the refills. I'll bet you if everybody just drank water, like tap water, whatever, you would save $20.
I will no longer drink alcohol. Excuse me, no longer drink alcohol at a restaurant. Yeah. I'll get a draft beer is on tap for $3 or something, but I'm not paying $15 for a double. Like, go to hell. Get out of here.
You should be drinking doubles anyway.
I know.
Big guy.
But it's unbelievable. You can buy a bottle of booze for the cost of 1 double at a restaurant. And it's all mixed with crap anyway.
But then they make it for you and bring it to your table. It's so convenient.
So that's your Kayal and Company Big 3.
All right, Don. Thank you very much. Sean Farish, great work as always, brother. We'll talk to you next week. Have a good weekend, man.
Sounds good. You do the same. We'll see you next week.
See you, buddy.
Love you, Sean.
There he is, Sean Ferris, with us every
When's he coming
Friday.
again?
Sure.
When's he coming
Yeah,
here?
when is he coming
I don't
again
know.
in
We have to arrange a.
We got to find an airline where there's
yeah.
not people having their hair pulled and spitting on each other.
I'm gonna try and we should do another event maybe around the 4th anniversary of Kayal and Company in the fall, and we'll bring him up for that. Maybe we'll bring all the contributors. Maybe we'll bring Bruno up. Maybe we'll bring Harry in. And,
wow, that would be awesome.
Yeah,
yeah.
The 4th anniversary of Kayal and Company in October.
Is that the 4th anniversary already?
It would be the 3rd.
Wow.
It would be the start of year 4. Are we going to do this debate again? Are we going to get into this again?
It's the 4th year of Kayal and Company, is it not?
Will it be
22, 23, 24, 25?
Well,
4
you
years.
started in October of 22.
22
so when you
to
get
23,
so you get
23 to 24, 24 to 25.
Right.
3-year
anniversary.
Okay, it's the 3-year.
We will be beginning. We'll start
I
the
get
4th
you.
year.
I get you.
But 3 years in the books.
The 3-year anniversary of Kayal and Company. Excuse me. I'm sorry. These. I've been
it's not your fault.
I've been on morning radio for 20 years.
I know.
I'm exhausted.
Believe me,
I'm
I didn't
tired.
know. I had to like.
I'm so tired. I just need to sleep.
Oh boy, here it comes, folks.
That alarm.
He's going to be out for 14 days. I can feel it's
that,
coming.
that alarm clock.
He's going to go on vacation until the bike ride.
I'm done.
And then
I'm
he's going to
done.
come back and go on another vacation.
I'm checking out.
It's the summer of Stalker.
Summer of
It's the Stalker. What is it called? The solstice?
The solstice
Summer
stalker.
solstice.
Summer solstice stalker. Summer.
And by the way, real quick, while we're at it, we keep saying longest day of the year. How much longer is it?
Yeah, like it'll be light until 9 o'clock.
It's long.
Yeah. It'll be light until 9
So the
o'clock.
day is what, 24 hours and 6 minutes?
Yeah, like 9. I don't know, 9 hours. I don't even know.
All right, Don, talk to us about
All right.
Piazza.
Can we talk about
head
Piazza? We're all broadcasting from our own individual studios,
Yes.
but they are the Piazza Auto Group, Piazza Premium Automobiles studios here exclusively at Odyssey World Headquarters. But seriously, it's really an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. You know why? Because their 5 Honda dealerships, they have won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand. This is big. This includes Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. So whether you're eyeing maybe the Accord, the CRV, the HRV, which is the one I have, or the Pilot, but then I couldn't drive my brand new HRV today because I couldn't, the power's out because of the power. So then I took my son's Honda Civic. So I forgot to
that's not
text
right.
Michael.
That's
I
not
know.
right.
But
You took your son's
could
car?
because I could get his garage door up. But you know how you have to pull the cord, the thing?
Yeah.
To get the thing?
You don't have an automatic?
Well, we do, but
Oh,
the
the
power's
power's out. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I just said I was tired,
Okay.
Stenslin. Sorry.
Would you let her do the read?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So whether it's, but I'm telling
There's
you,
a method to my madness, Kayal.
I know. I'm driving
There's a
the-
reason I do these things.
the Honda Accord, I'm like, this is nice. I like this. It's a different feel. So any one of these brands, these are the top brands, okay? And so experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. And watch for all of today's specials offers. This is piazzahonda.com for all those special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Just got to roll with it, baby. 9:50, Kayal and Company, as we get set to hand things off to Dawn in about 10 minutes.
Yep.
Find out what she has lined up, the music, the movies, and now the results for Fight Club Fight of the Week.
Fight of the Week. By the way, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, where the voting was hot and heavy this morning for the Fight of the Week. By the way, it was just this won by just a hair, 43% to 42%. The woman outside the building smoking the cigarette won. The Mondays won. 43%, 42 was the women in the bar next to the pool table with the pool cues and stuff. So that was what the majority of this show voted on.
Yeah.
Phil, which one was your favorite?
I got to go with the one in the water. I got to go.
Wow.
with
Okay. That only got 12%.
Yeah.
It's just another element to the whole fight. So.
Yeah. So there you go. Fight of the week was the woman smoking the cigarette as she was taking the women.
That was my selection.
I know. Look at you.
Did I get anything wrong all week?
With the pulse of the audience.
I mean, did I bat 1,000 all week on this show? It's just unbelievable.
We'll knock you in about 30 seconds.
That's right. All right, 9:52. Jimmy Kelly, what is our morning mystery movie clip?
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Excuse me, sir. I think you're sitting in my favorite seat.
Come and get it, Bryce.
Now, cool it, Rocky. Take it easy, will you? I just had this joint fixed. It cost me a fortune. Oh.
This order's to go. I'm terribly sorry about all the damage, sir. Well, I've been working out.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
The great prize, the final pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin, City Rhythm Orchestra. It's coming up Friday, July 11th, Wildwood Public High School. For tickets, should you not win them here, visit joeconklin.com, hosted by our very own Dom Giordano. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Best of luck. Phil Almquist. Dare I ask what occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, June 20th, we celebrate the birthdays of John Taylor from Duran Duran, who's 65, Michael Anthony from Van Halen, who's 71, and Lionel Richie, who's 76. Heavenly birthday shouts to Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys, as well as Kelly Johnson from Girls' School. Singles include Crying by Aerosmith in 93, The Trooper by Maiden in 83, and Unraveling by Muse today. Albums include Emotional Rescue by the Stones in 80, Double Vision by Foreigner in 78, The Real Thing by Faith No More in 89, and Destiny by Saxon in 88. Also in 87, Aerosmith began their permanent vacation tour in Dallas. In 2004, Paul McCartney performed his 3,000th show. In 2003, Lionel Richie got a star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame. In 2021, the Foo Fighters headlined the first show at MSG in over a year since the COVID lockdowns. And in 69, Jimi Hendrix headlined the Newport Pop Festival. But lastly, in 2014, songs by Elvis, ABBA, and the Spice Girls were among those being used in research that hope to unlock the secret on how our memory works and why some tunes get stuck in our head. For the record, Elvis, ABBA, and the Spice Girls would not be on my list of bands. And by the way, you talked earlier about pulling double duty. While Nick, you are taking your nap, I'll be running the board for Rich today, which means I'll be here first and leaving last.
Wow, look at
Look, you're the man.
Look at that.
Bill
That's right.
Almquist.
Bookending.
Because Rich Zioli is in Cape May at the Grand Hotel. If you haven't done so, make sure you go out and see him, or go down and see him to Cape May. He'll be there broadcasting live from 3 to 7 at the Grand Hotel. And Dom Giordano, it's Dom Day, will be at Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood from 12 to 3. So you can it's like a 15-minute drive from Wildwood to Cape May. So you can start in Wildwood at Mulligan Shore Bar, and you can drive to Cape May and see Zioli. So you can really, from noon until 7, your day's covered.
Yes.
And then hang out at the shore all weekend. What a great...
Yeah.
And I'll sleep tomorrow.
Yeah. 7 straight
it's not
hours
about you,
of
Phil.
a beautiful
It's
show.
not always about you. It's not always about you, Phil.
That's right.
For God's sake.
And in between 12 to 7 today and when Phil's show airs tomorrow night, you could be seeking and searching for...
Poo nanny nanny.
There you go. Dawn Stensland, she's up at the top of the hour, and we find out what she has lined up.
Yes, so we have a ton of breaking news today. And Dan Borowski, say hi to my producer. He'll be down there on the Dom Show. We have Andrew Torres here today. What are we talking about? What is the Trump administration about to do with regard to alcohol limits for adults? That's my little tease there. We have a lot breaking, and we'll catch you up to speed on all of what's going on internationally, nationally. Where's Trump today? Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, you'll hear from a local farmer and the farmer's family attorney, as this is what I'll call an indecent proposal.
Right.
These liberal policies, and they're forcing the seizure of a local family farm, but President Trump's administration is intervening. So we have an update. You'll hear from the local farmer, Andy Henry, coming up right at 11 o'clock. So you want to stay tuned. We've been following this story very carefully. One of those ridiculous stories that we talk about with eminent domain seizures that are illegal, according to the farmer. You'll hear from that. So much going on today. Kathy Barnett will quickly check in at some point and tell us what's coming up on her show this weekend. Man, it's just a busy day.
Trump better not touch my booze. That tease has got me a little... I might have to switch party affiliations. Rich in Berlin, New Jersey, has identified the movie. Rich, you go ahead. What did we play for you?
That was Superman 2.
Yeah, Rich!
Yeah.
Attaboy, Rich.
He came back from the North Pole, got his powers restored, and took the fight to the bully.
That's right.
I love it.
There you go.
He knows exactly. Rich in Berlin is a man after my own heart.
There you go. Rich has got the last pair of Joe Conklin tickets at Wildwood Public High School, July 11th. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Friday. Enjoy finally the nice, warm, dry weather. Dawn is next, and we will see you Monday morning at 6.
Good night, everybody. This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC company out for a $59 AC tune-up, and the service tech tells you there are 3 other things that need to be fixed that would cost you hundreds, if not more, dollars? That's because these clowns are really salesmen, not service techs. At Marvin E. Cans, we can't tune up your system for only $59, but we will tune it up for a fair price, and that's all we'll do. If you want an honest HVAC company, then contact us at marvinEkanze.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted